Ladies and gentlemen, the ACP Group, in partnership with the UN Office on South-South Cooperation, is today organizing a series of symposia on South-South cooperation. In this regard, we wish to thank all partners and friends of the ACP Group who were kind enough to grace us with their presence to attend this symposium on the theme strengthening a multilateralism through South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, the purpose of which is to share experiences and to take stock of progress achieved by the ACP Group with its partners in taking up the challenges related to implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals contained in Agenda 2030. Before we take the time to go through the different panels, I'd like to thank Secretary General Gomes and ask him to take the floor to give us an opening statement, followed by that of the Director and Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations for South-South cooperation, and he will take the floor thereafter. After that statement, I will be greatly pleased to invite Ms. Janine Tengba, who is the Ambassador of Gambia, to give us her opening statement. And now let me call on Dr. Patrick Gomes, Secretary General of the ACP Group, to take the floor to give us his opening remarks. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam, Chief of Protocol. Good morning to everyone. Happy that we have some sunshine and not rain as usually in Brussels. You did it and made it possible. My dear Madam Chairperson, Chair of the Committee of Ambassadors, Her Excellency Ms. Teneng Jaite, Ambassador of the Gambia, Your Excellency Mr. Jorge Chediek, Director of the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and Special Envoy of Secretary General Gutierrez for South-South Cooperation. Ambassador Michael Timpau, welcome, welcome. Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations, and now in the chair of the G77. Excellency, dear Barbara Pesce-Montero, of the UN Office Director and Coordinator of the entire UN system here in Brussels, Dean of the Committee of Ambassadors, Dean Evina Abe of the Cameroon, Excellencies, representatives of missions, Mr. Leonard Missy, representing the European Commission, special guests, those who are here for the first time. We know it will not be your first, and several other times we want to welcome you. We're happy that we're all here today for this occasion in which we want to ponder, exchange our views. I'm really honored and truly happy to have you all with us here at ACP, because this is another milestone in the series of symposia on South-South and triangular cooperation that the ACP has been able to initiate 8 years ago, when we first began on January 11, 2011. And our guest speaker then was Mr. Michel Severino, the then director of Agence de Développement de France. We're happy, therefore. I want to pay tribute to my two colleagues, I want to say co-conspirators in planning that first symposium, Secretary General, former Secretary General Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambas, who is now a special envoy of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa, and also to Ms. Liliana Pasasinic, at that time with the Organisation de la Francophonie. Francophonie and the ACP with the UN have been, as it were, the trio that are in the pillars of putting in place the series of symposia on South-South and triangular cooperation. We believe that the ACP's role has been and continues to grow as a vibrant and particularly focused catalyst of South-South and triangular cooperation. And we have therefore moved to the center of multilateralism and intend to be there so that from the center we can make a significant contribution. I'm therefore extremely happy that we have in our presence Mr. Chediek, Director of the UN Secretary General for South-South and Triangle Cooperation, who has been a stalwart and a strong supporter, who almost insisted and said to me, before you depart, as I demit office, is it 3 days and 25? Before I demit office, Jorge gave me the honor that he would come to Brussels, having come before when we did in 2016 to sign an MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between the ACP Secretariat and the Office for South-South Cooperation. Of course, prior to that, we were able to attend a multi-stakeholder strategic forum in Macau, China. So this chronology is not so much the importance of the dates, but in fact the direction that we've been taking with South-South and Triangle Cooperation to ensure that now in the pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals, we see them becoming very tangible and concrete in the lives of the people that we serve in the ASP group of states. We believe that a very simple principle guides us and must guide us throughout, that there is no monopoly of knowledge by any one source, by any one individual, however great the thinker, or anyone in an organization as great as it is in United Nations on issues that are so complex as sustainable development. We have to join our forces, stronger together in my Swahili pamoja. Today we have come to another milestone on this theme, building alliances to strengthen multilateralism through South-South and Triangular Cooperation. It is an instrument, and therefore the timing for us is very key in that we come following our 9th summit of ACP heads of state and government and indicate our readiness to implement what we have put together in the Nairobi Nguvu Ya Pamoja Declaration, stronger together, in our commitment to advancing multilateralism. This symposium is also historic in that it marks a pooling of knowledge and experiences on specific themes of peace and security, access to justice, addressing international crime, and in addition, looking at science, technology, and innovation. In addition, policies will focus specifically on such areas as universal health coverage. And these will feature very prominently in the current negotiations the ACP is undertaking with the European Union for a post-Cotonou agreement. So we anticipate, in a preliminary way, some of these strategic priorities that will be addressed in our forthcoming 20-year treaty and agreement with the European Union. These thematic issues must be accompanied by institutional and organizational mechanisms, and therefore the participation of the chairmanship of the G77 in China is also historic for us. In the person of the permanent representative, we do have a new friend, a strong neighbor, and one who will help us to make a great leap forward in joining forces with the G77 and the ACP in searching for multilateral solutions to global problems. I therefore want to say no more at this stage other than that be at home. The ACP is your home and house, and do share our ideas so that we build on this experience to carry us forward in deepening and strengthening both our partnerships and multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Nous remercions Son Excellence.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick Gomes, for those welcome remarks. And indeed, he has tried to set out the themes of the symposium based on our experience. We wish to see how we can strengthen capacity so as to strengthen multilateralism. And now I'd like to ask His Excellency, the Director and Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on South-South Cooperation, to take the floor. Mr. Chediek, you have the floor.
Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, all protocols observed. South-South cooperation has come a long way, even a long way since 2016, when in this same building we were signing an agreement with Secretary General Gomez, thinking how to work jointly together to promote more and better South-South cooperation. And I say it has come a long way because if we remember, it was born in the 1950s, more of a way to address the imbalances of power in the world as a mechanism to try to go beyond the traditional aid or the traditional investment and trade patterns that were in many cases influenced by colonialism and imperialism, and also provided through their technical assistance solutions that in many cases were not applicable to the countries of the South. So in 1955 we have the Bandung meeting that is considered the birthplace and the birth time of the concept of collaboration among countries of the South. Then in the 60s we had the UNCTAD in 64 that led to the birth of the Group of 77. That was the idea for all the countries in the developing world to work jointly in the economic sphere, trade and investment particularly. In the 1970s, we had the political consolidation of South-South cooperation through the Buenos Aires Conference on Technical Cooperation and other conferences. So by then, we had a political and institutional architecture and conceptual architecture of South-South cooperation. But it did not really take off until this century. Why this century? Because this century we had a lot of successes in the South. Countries that managed to, through their own formulas or formulas that they adapted to their own realities, achieve extraordinary successes in terms of their development processes, globally and sectorally. Then we had some other countries, some of these countries and other countries that decided, let's invest in promoting the collaboration among these countries to replicate successes and learn from experiences under similar circumstances. At the same time, institutions that were created as vehicles for North-South cooperation, including the development banks and the United Nations itself, became more committed to promoting South-South cooperation. And at the same time, finally, the resources were committed by countries, by these institutions, by multilateral organizations, by development banks. So basically, South-South cooperation, from being a marginal and very strongly political way of promoting collaboration among countries of the Global South, became a real factor in the development architecture, both qualitatively, more importantly, and also quantitatively. Significant resources are being poured from by countries of the South. Don't quote me, because I'm going to quote an unofficial figure. According to a costing study that was prepared by ODI, the Development Institute, the Development Research Institute of the United Kingdom, the amount, the volume of South-South cooperation can be quantified at almost 25 to 30% of the volume of traditional ODA. So we're talking of a factor that is important in all dimensions. So what do we look to get from events like this? Number one, the ACP that was born basically as a group of countries to receive cooperation should enhance their mutual collaboration, as Mr. Gomez said very movingly in that meeting we had in 2016, and also to cooperate with other actors in the Global South. Then to mobilize other and more actors to triangular cooperation. I will be panelist in the first session, and I will give some information about the Buenos Aires conference that we had last year on South-South cooperation. And you will see that triangular cooperation has acquired a significantly more important role, and we need to engage more partners on that. And I want to express my gratitude to the European Union and the European Commission that are very strongly involved, and I think they can do, and they are committed to doing more in this respect. And also we look forward to getting some political messages. This year is very important politically for the UN, for the agenda of South-South cooperation. Next month, in 2 months, Ambassador is getting close. We're going to have the South Summit, the third South Summit that will take place in Kampala. All the members of the ACP will be participating there. And it will be very useful if we can get some messages on South-South cooperation from here that the ambassador can take to the negotiating process in New York. In addition to that, we have the high-level committee on South-South cooperation in June of this year, where all the member states get together and debate the vision of South-South cooperation at the global level, and this will be the first one that will take place after the Buenos Aires conference. So therefore, what we need is to consolidate the political and the technical framework of South-South cooperation. But every time I have these events, I say we should not lose sight that we are doing this to improve the livelihoods of people, to achieve an agenda, a global agenda. So let's consider our deliberation with a view of how we can enhance the buy-in, enhance the political importance of South-South cooperation, and with a view of having more and better South-South cooperation to build a better world. Thank you very much.
Nous remercions Monsieur le Directeur et envoyé spécial.
Thank you to the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on South-South cooperation. Thank you for those words which highlighted the increasingly significant role of South-South and triangular cooperation in development. The message that we've just received focuses on consolidating what has been achieved since 1978, since the first Buenos Aires South-South Cooperation Conference, with a view to the third conference on South-South cooperation, which will be held soon in Kampala, in an ACP country. Thank you very much, Director. Let me now give the floor to Her Excellency, the Mrs. Tenang Mbajaite, Ambassador of the Republic of Gambia, for the opening words of the symposium. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Sam. Your Excellency, Mr. Chediek, Director of the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation and Special Envoy on South-South Cooperation, Your Excellency, Ambassador Michael Ten Pao, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations in New York and current chair of the G77, Dr. Patrick Gomes, Secretary General, distinguished speakers and presenters, Your Excellency Dean, Excellencies, colleagues, representatives of international and regional organizations, honorable guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with great honor that I welcome you all to this symposium on South-South and triangular cooperation, jointly organized by the ACP Secretariat and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, on the theme, Building Alliances to Strengthen Multilateralism through South-South and Triangular Cooperation. I am indeed delighted to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests who have kindly accepted our invitation, and in particular, His Excellency Mr. Jorge Chediek from the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, which is also our key partner in the organization of this symposium. I am also pleased to welcome in our midst Ambassador Michael Ten Pao, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the United Nations, representing the chair of the Group of 77 in New York. I know that some of you have traveled great distances to be here with us today. We are happy that in spite of your busy schedules, you are able to find time to come and share your ideas, knowledge, and experiences on South-South and triangular cooperation that we can be able to mobilize to build our capacities and to form alliances so as to overcome the challenges facing multilateralism. In taking stock of the actions carried out since the first symposium on South-South and triangular cooperation that was held in 2011, I am pleased to note that major progress has been achieved. As a complement to North-South cooperation, South-South and triangular cooperation is now the subject of increased national and international interest and attention, as has been highlighted by the director. The fact that this symposium has been jointly organized by the ACP Secretariat and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and that it is being attended by many dignitaries, attests to the importance and value that our member states place on this important innovative development cooperation modality. While the United Nations, the Center of Multilateralism, is celebrating its 75th anniversary in 2020, it must be recognized that multilateralism is declining in the face of the resurgence of nationalism in international relations. Continued support for the UN is now more critical than ever and required our firm commitments. At their 9th summit held in Nairobi, Kenya in December 2019, the ACP heads of state and government clearly expressed their commitment to multilateralism in a constantly changing international context. In their negotiations for a new partnership agreement, the ACP Group and the European Union have expressed their commitment to forging alliances in the context of international cooperation. The two groups combined represent more than half the member states of the United Nations and can influence decision-making in favor of multilateralism. In addition, the countries of the Global South are increasingly playing a major role in international relations. By strengthening South-South cooperation and by joining forces with the United Nations, the ACP Group and the G77 plus China can provide decisive support to the defense and safeguarding of the multilateral system. It is important that we enhance cooperation and collaboration between the ACP Group of states and the G77. This symposium is an important framework for sharing our respective experiences in terms of development and for learning from these experiences about the way in which South-South and triangular cooperation can help to build alliances and build our capacities in order to revive multilateralism. Two key outcomes are foreseen. It will result in key messages which will serve as a basis for developing a South-South and triangular cooperation work plan. Secondly, the identification of areas in which support is needed for implementing a work plan for the ACP Information Center in Malabo, if necessary. I do hope that our discussions today will enable us to have a better grasp of the major issues surrounding South-South and triangular cooperation, to consider possibilities for the ACP Group's effective participation in South-South and triangular cooperation programs, and to develop a process that will allow the group to help strengthen partnerships for South-South and triangular cooperation and multilateralism alliances initiatives. Once again, I wish to thank all of you for your attendance and wish you very productive and successful discussions. I thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame la Présidente du Comité.
Thank you for that opening statement, Ambassador of Chairman of the Committee of Ambassadors. You recalled the Nairobi Declaration and the summit of the ACP group calling on the group to develop South-South and triangular cooperation and certainly, above all, focus on multilateralism. The symposium and themes today are certainly based on this very strong message that we've just received. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have now come to the end of the official opening session, so there will be a short break for the main speakers of panel 1 to come up to speak. This will be moderated by His Excellency the Ambassador David Hales, Ambassador of Guyana and also Chairperson of the Subcommittee on Development Finance Corporation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Could Mr. Tang join us at the head table, please?
Let me.
He's just
Yeah, you can sit here. Let me just.
No, Mr. Tang is the next panelist. He has to come here.
The next panelist, the panel, the panelist.
He's coming.
I'll sit next to
Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel under the theme of implementation of Agenda 2030, a decade of accelerated progress and a BAPA Plus 40 outcome document. The objective of strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation in support of the attainment of Sustainable Development Goals gives rise to a comprehensive and ambitious agenda for action. It is ambitious in regard to both the sectoral and thematic coverage of the areas for strengthened South-South and triangular cooperation. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals are now entering the 5th year of implementation. At the SDGs Summit held in 2019, the United Nations Secretary General indicated that no country was well on its way to achieving the 17 SDGs adopted in 2015, and encouraged member states to accelerate the pace of implementation and to make the next 10 years a decade of actions geared towards the achievement of sustainable development by 2030. Although it is too early to talk about an assessment, at the very least we can say that the results of the implementation process are very mixed, even unsatisfactory. On the other hand, the second high-level United Nations Conference on South-South Cooperation in Buenos Aires last year recognized that South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation have expanded and taken different forms, including technical cooperation, knowledge and experience sharing, training, capacity building, and technology transfer, all aimed at achieving sustainable development through various policy frameworks and disciplines. The conference also recognized the contribution of these modalities in promoting gender equality and empowerment of women and girls in sustainable development. The conference also recognized the significant contribution made by South-South and triangular trade to growth and economic development. The Buenos Aires Plan of Action underscores the importance of South-South cooperation as a demonstration of solidarity among peoples and countries of the South that contributes to the attainment of the internationally agreed development goals. It also underscores its complementarity with North-South cooperation and commits to strengthening the effectiveness of South and triangular cooperation for development. This panel will discuss how South-South and triangular cooperation has contributed to the implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and from the perspective of their respective organizations. We will also hear how the G77 and China fits into this dynamic. The SCP Group views the implementation of this agenda and the achievement of the SDGs as an important aspect of the development process for its member states. For the discussion on the role of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation as implementation modalities of the Agenda for Sustainable Development, I am delighted to welcome 4 distinguished panelists. On the far right is Ms. Barbara Montero, Director of the UNDP Representation Office in Brussels, who will speak to the progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We heard Mr. Georges Chediek earlier, UN Director and Envoy of the United Nations Secretary General on South-South Cooperation, who will speak to the Buenos Aires Plan of Action and implementation of the agenda. Mrs. Shen Jiao Tang, Director of the Office of South-South and Triangular Cooperation of the FAO, will speak to the FAO's experience in using South-South and Triangular Cooperation to implement its programs. Finally, not least, we will have my colleague, Ambassador Michael Tenpau, Permanent Representative of Guyana to the UN, current chair of the G77 and China, who will speak on the possibilities for partnership between the G77 and China and the ACP group to strengthen multilateralism through South-South and triangular cooperation. Without further ado, I would invite my first panelist, Ms. Montero, to address us. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and I wish to recognize in the public, first of all, Chairwoman, a pleasure to be with you under your leadership, Secretary General, ambassadors. I see many colleagues from the UN team here in Brussels, FAO, WHO, ODC, and many others who will also engage with us. As you are aware, there is a large team of the UN in Brussels, and a large amount of work that we do is with the European Union to move forward on many of the issues that we are jointly concerned about. But I always say that my preferred space of engagement is the ACP, because you should not forget that all our member states are key and fundamental in the engagement that we have. And this space is very often the best representative one of the whole of our membership, large number of SIDS, and a very good representation of the G77. So many of the things that we are discussing, this is a very important space. And allow me, as the Secretary General was talking about these years and this period that is ending, to also think back on the engagement that we have had collectively on SDGs. In fact, we jointly discussed the SDGs as they were being negotiated in the space. The Deputy Secretary General was here on several occasions to engage with the ACP. When the FFD was being discussed, we actually brought in the ambassador of Guyana, who was chairing that exercise at that time in New York, to brief us on what was going on, what were the challenges, and how we could engage on many of these issues. So very much the focus on how does the collectivity of our member states contribute to the big dialogue? How is the SDG agenda relevant, and how can we move together within this framework of the South-South cooperation is really a fundamental aspect. I wish to, in my quality of UN Director here in Brussels, also recognize and thank for the words that you have referred to on the need and the support to multilateralism. We are now in the 75th year of life of the UN. And as you said, there are some challenges that are being expressed in some of the spaces that we lead and we participate into. But this year is precisely a year where major issues are going to be discussed, and where all of us coming together will really make a difference. And being here to discuss these sorts of issues is fundamental. And I think one of the very good examples of key roles where multilateralism is important is the Office of South-South Cooperation and the role it has and the enhanced role it will have in these years. As you have mentioned, Ambassador, this last year the Secretary General took stock of the SDGs and how they were moving forward. He recognized that it was not advancing at the speed and the scale required, and he launched the decade of an ambitious action. And this is part of what we all have. And in the spaces I am, I do want to reiterate always, we tend to refer to the SDGs as the UN SDGs, as if they were our goals. They're not the goals of the UN. They are goals that were agreed to within the framework of a multilateral organization, the UN, but they're actually the goals of the different member states, given that the heads of state were the ones who signed up to the agreement. He recognized that there was a need to accelerate and to look at the gaps that we were facing, as Ambassador has referred to, on poverty, on gender, on climate change, which this year is taking on, and particularly the whole environment conversation, a very important front line, but also inequalities and the financial gaps that are necessary. He has asked us to act at 3 levels: at the global action level, at the local level in the different member states, and of course at the people action level. That is to make sure that this is not something that is discussed at the very high level only in governments or UN fora, but is part of the overall reflection. And this brings me to the conversation on the South-South. He has said it was very important to supercharge ideas to solutions, that this is not the usual tram and business as usual, that what was really necessary was accelerating, but also thinking a little bit out of the box and looking at solutions that would increase the access and demonstrate the possibility of ideas. And in that doing, also create a space for youth that very often in this conversation is absent. And looking at numbers and realities, and this brings me to the South-South conversation again, he has, and we have all recognized that more than half of the world growth in these years has been happening in the global South, that the intra-South trade is higher than ever and has now represented about a quarter of all world trade, and the outflows of foreign direct investment are actually by now a third of the global flows. And let me also not forget the remittances of the migrant workers that go back to low and middle income countries, and which have represented a volume of about $466 billion in 2019. So we're talking about a magnitude and an importance of the global South that sometimes is not visible enough. And he and we all recognize that ideas and the energy and the tremendous ingenuity of the countries in the global South is fundamental to find the solutions. As you know, Secretary General, I worked in Cuba, and I always like to remember some things that are forgotten sometimes, but let's look at just the example of the fight against Ebola in West Africa and the support that Cuba provided. Some of these things, in terms of numbers and impact, are not always picked up in the numbers of the financial flows. So beyond the financial flows, the support, the trade, I think it's important to look at these kinds of issues. Now, and of course, the fact that these solutions tend to be much more cost-effective and much more adaptable to the local circumstances. When we talk about the impact, we should not forget that beyond the 2030 agenda, we also look at the Sendai framework, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa action. So South-South cooperation has to be conducive to all of these, and as we all know, none of this is separated from each other. But for us, this has a much stronger importance. It fosters stronger cohesion between the global South. It helps to enhance development dialogue within the global South. It very often helps enhance regional integration within the global South, and it promotes the voice of the South in the global stages. So beyond the specific impacts within the countries, and I will touch some of these examples, it is conducive to all the above. As my colleague, the Special Envoy, was referring to, we've been doing South-South cooperation for quite a while. And those of us who have been in the field have had it as part of the global work. But we did realize that there was the need to sort of step it up. Very often they tended to be one-time exchanges or missions from one country going for a workshop in another country. It's really important, and this is what we have all engaged on, is to bringing it up to scale, to make sure that this is part of the policy dialogue, and of making sure that all of these initiatives can be packaged and put in as tools that can be used across countries. The UN very often acts as a trusted broker on the ground in the countries that we work in. It is a partnership facilitator and works strongly with the member states in capacity development to support the South-South. And it does it through its presence on the ground. We're present in about 140 countries to make sure that this is something that has an impact. And let me give you 2 or 3 examples which are tangible and have an immediate impact in terms of the SDGs and the sorts of things that we want to scale up to make sure that they are part of this decade of acceleration. In 2018, a workshop on fragile to fragile countries was organized on the new tools. It was organized in Sierra Leone under the leadership of the government. And in this workshop, several countries participated who were facing similar kinds of constraints: CAR, Comoros, DRC, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Sao Tome, and several others. In these workshops, we aim to share experiences, look at technical know-how, and I'm looking at things such as fragility assessments, mutual accountability frameworks, recovery and peace building assessments, all of this to sort of see how we could share bring in the experiences from the different countries, exchange them within the workshop, but also package it in a way that they could be used in a much more enhanced way across the countries, but also beyond. And in this conversation, we also involved the AU, ECOWAS, Asian, and others. So we start from a limited number of countries which face similar kind of circumstances. We exchange experience, we put them together in a way that they can be shared, and then we engage other actors beyond the countries themselves. We've had in the Caribbean the example of disaster risk reduction that has taken place, where the experience of one country was translated to the remaining Caribbean countries, again through knowledge sharing, but very importantly in developing tools and instruments that could then be used in the different countries. And these, of course, had an impact on risk management, but also adaptation to climate change, and ultimately to the impact on the situation of the people in the Caribbean. And these have been actually implemented and used when the following disaster came, and we were able to show that this reduced the impact on human lives. An example in Asia and the Pacific, through the leadership of the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the support of UNDP in this case, they worked to mainstreaming SDGs in the development program with several Southeast Asian countries. And there again looked particularly at the issue of climate change and ocean protection for initiative on small-scale islands in the Asia Pacific. And if we look at SIDS again, which are very different countries in terms of the situation, the geographic, the width of the size of the countries, but they all face similar challenges with respect to scarcity and contamination of fresh water supplies, overexploitation, poor management of groundwater resources, including in agriculture, and I'm sure our colleagues in FAO will also refer to that. There, a partnership of UN agencies got together. They mobilized funding from the Global Environmental Facility, and they worked with a number of SIDS countries, each one tackling the problem from a different perspective and bringing so that we had 6 countries dealing with the same problem but in different aspects of the problem, bringing it together in a workshop. So you actually had 6 experiences that came together, and they were all useful and beneficial to the SIDS countries and could benefit from the funding of the Global Environmental Facility in order to address the issues. So all of these are examples where we're looking at both the policy framework, the sharing of experiences, the packaging, and dealing with very specific issues which are relevant and are at the forefront of the countries that were involved in dealing with their SDGs. And this is the sorts of things that we think we can continue enhancing, we should be doing from the UN, but supporting the dialogue within the Global South. We are very happy to see that the European Union has highlighted SDGs in the new Commission. For those who come from outside, the Commission has now put SDGs within the mission letters of every single commissioner, and has thus engaged in working with the SDGs internally in addition to supporting it externally. We have also seen that with the Green Deal, they are committed to doing the same thing. I'm sure this will be very helpful to support all of our initiatives. They do fund some of these initiatives that I've mentioned, and they do very explicitly refer to their engagement on multilateralism. So I think in our dialogue in these next, and for those of us who are sitting here in Brussels, the dialogue that we will have in these next months as they are preparing to negotiate and agree on their budget, and most of all, the budgets at the local level and the programming within the delegations, is to make sure that South-South cooperation is a tool and that their engagement on the SDGs, on the climate change, is based on the priorities that the countries themselves identify, and how collectively within a multilateral framework we can be working together to make sure that they happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Montero. I wouldn't comment on your presentation. I think it was rich. We have 3 other speakers on our panel, and without further ado, I will ask Mr. Chediek to share with us what he promised to on the Buenos Aires Plan of Action.
Thank you. When I took this job in late 2015, and I came to New York after a long career in the field, I had the honor to share posting with Barbara here. I was very surprised that something as beautiful and as productive and as noble as South-South cooperation was a subject of very strong political discussion in New York, and very confrontative political discussion. The issue of South-South cooperation is in the agenda of the General Assembly every year. We also have the High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation, that is a subordinate organ of the General Assembly that meets every 2 years. And we haven't had progress in the last few years. Why? Because the countries of the North wanted South-South cooperation to move in the direction of the OECD DAC parameters, including the reporting mechanism, TOSD, and others. And the Southern countries said, we are going to stay within the principles of South-South cooperation, and we were not going to allow establishing a multilateral framework controlled by the donors and by their parameters to define the way we cooperate with each other. And as a result, for 10 years, basically, the yearly resolutions of South-South cooperation were what is called agreed language. You're all diplomats, you know what it is, basically repeating year after year the same resolution without evolution of the dialogue. So one of the ideas we had was, why don't we have a conference? You say, conference, what is a conference? Well, a conference is a way to generally change the parameters of the discussion, to bring new actors in the conversation, and to look at issues with a fresh eye. So we proposed to host a conference on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the original conference in Buenos Aires. There was a lot of pushback, but finally it was agreed to leave the possibility. Then Argentina agreed to host the conference, therefore we had the conference. It was to take place in March of last year. And the negotiation started under two co-facilitators, and they were not looking very good. When they put together their zero draft, the response was very negative from everybody. Because, as I said, nobody wanted to move from the comfort zone of the agreed language. So they prepared a couple other drafts. The discussions continued night after night and day after day. And we had a document that 2 days before the closing of the negotiation, out of 37 paragraphs, had 35 bracketed. So it did not look very good. But at the same time, what had happened in the process was something remarkable. Normally, UN documents and generally multilateral documents are drafted by subtraction. Namely, you put something, then somebody else puts something else with the idea of neutralizing each other and taking both out of the text. You know what I'm talking about. In this negotiation, it was exactly the opposite. It was a document built on addition. So southern countries put some language regarding basically ratifying the principles. The northern countries put triangular cooperation. Okay, we accept it. Then some principles of the South included technology, the North included, okay, let's include human rights and gender. Okay, so everything started to stick to the document. And this document that had 35 open paragraphs, there was a decision that the two co-facilitators took, let's put a final draft together and put it on silent procedure. And it went through. So this document went well beyond what everybody expected. In what sense? I recommend that you read that document. Obviously, it is written with, it's not a literary piece, please, don't take it there. But it is very interesting because it really includes a lot of dimensions that were not present there. Number one very basic. You said, okay, SDG, South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation are related to the SDGs. You say, that's very basic. It was a very contentious issue because some countries of the Global South were saying, why should even we confine to the SDGs? We can do South-South cooperation on any area. But they accepted. Then, the principles of South cooperation that were born in Bandung, as I mentioned, were maintained. Actors of South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation, particularly in UN documents, used to be government to government. This document says governments, local governments, private sector, civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, universities, academic institutions, faith-based organizations. So basically, it legitimizes the intervention of all the actors of society in the process of South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation about what? For many years, there was a big debate on technical cooperation versus economic cooperation. This document included technical cooperation, economic cooperation, trade, investment, and finance, incorporated technology transfer, sharing of experiences, some of the elements that Barbara mentioned. So basically, we had a massive increase in the actors and the scope of South-South cooperation. In addition, it gave a chapter to triangular cooperation. And this is very important because traditionally, in the previous political negotiations, triangular cooperation was South-South cooperation supported by a third actor. And the third actor was supposed to be a passive actor. I mean, it was meant to be a passive actor. What the incorporation of the chapter on triangular implies is that we can, the third actor is not a passive supporter. It is an active partner in the relationship. And that includes third governments, multilateral institutions, the UN system, multilateral development banks, etc. Then in the most contentious issues were the issues of reporting and monitoring and measuring the impact of South-South cooperation. As you can imagine, the OECD says, okay, we report, we have the DAC mechanisms, we should use our mechanisms. The countries of the South said, no, we're not going to use those mechanisms. There were many reasons. One is that the main reason being that South-South cooperation takes many forms, and it's not primarily monetary, or the monetary component in many cases does not fully account for the value of the cooperation that is given. Then that many countries of the Global South do not have the infrastructure to produce the information in the way that it would really capture the whole scope of South-South cooperation. But there was an agreement to allow for the development of voluntary mechanisms, particularly at the regional level. And this was based on the case of Latin America and the Caribbean through the Ibero-American Secretariat. They have been very active in that, not the English or French-speaking Caribbean, because this is Ibero-American, but they have developed a corpus and a report that now has 10 years. And in terms of monitoring, measuring the impact, there was an agreement to allow different methodologies to be developed and be implemented on a voluntary basis. And we are there. And institutionally, they called for the UN system to have a coordinated strategy, a coordinated way and a coordinated approach, because as we said, the UN system was created as a tool for North-South cooperation. It is not natural for us to do this type of collaboration or to support this type of collaboration, although there are excellent examples, and my colleague from FAO can showcase that. So the idea was, let's move of having a common framework at least, and then we do our things individually. So what are we doing now? What is my office doing? First, we're very proud that we achieved, through promoting this conference and through supporting the Secretariat, we helped the international community achieve this radical change in the South-South cooperation agenda. Our interest also is to mobilize more actors in South-South and triangular cooperation. That's why I'm so happy to be here, because with Dr. Gomez we signed one of the first agreements with a third entity to engage on South-South cooperation. We need more agencies to do it, and we need more to do like you are doing here, which is thinking based on the Nairobi Summit Declaration, how to do it more and better, and how to use our institutions like the Malabo Center as instruments to do that. We have to document what South-South cooperation is doing. We have to document it because there are many questions. What is this? What is different? Or what are the results? Going back to the previous discussion. And we are showcasing that. We have two mechanisms, two sets of publications. One is called South-South in Action. We prepared one with ACP last year. We invite partners to produce reports on what they do and what they have achieved in South-South cooperation. And we also have what we call the South-South Galaxy, which is, I invite you to use that tool. I will leave some documents here, and we don't have time and space to project and show what it's doing. It's a platform that goes well beyond a typical database. That is to find information, you can find it, but also it helps you develop partnerships. And we have 170 institutions already participating. And we have already, all the US system is participating in it. And we also have the resources and the commitment to develop further in the areas of machine learning and artificial intelligence. We have some private sector companies from China, some research centers from India that will help us make this platform a space for really making a kind of one-stop shop, respecting the individual shops. It's more a mall than a shop, because all the shops are there. The Faust shop is there, everybody is, but you go there and you can find all your options. Then, in order to advance the institutions, we have the so-called DG Forum, the regional Cooperation Directors Forum, that we have every year in conjunction with our South-South Expo. We had one last year, although we did not have an expo. We didn't have an expo because in Buenos Aires we had 140 side events, and I feel that the agenda was very broadly covered. But we had a DG Forum, and it was very interesting in the recommendations to strengthen the institutionalization, and that's the second area where we want to work, of South-South cooperation. And one very strong preoccupation we have is to ensure that everybody engages in South-South cooperation. Because South-South cooperation is perceived in the popular imagination lately mostly as the successful developing countries, the Chinas, the Indias, the Emirates, and others, and God bless them, doing more cooperation with other developing countries. But our vision is that every country should be engaged in South-South cooperation. There's no country that is so rich that doesn't have anything to learn, and country that is so poor that it has nothing to share. So one of the big challenges, and I think we can work with the ACP very closely on that, is how do we strengthen the capacity of all the countries of the Global South to engage more on South-South cooperation, both as receivers, as recipients, and also as providers of South-South cooperation. We have some projects too. One, Youth for South. Barbara mentioned it is very critical, the engagement of young people in the agenda, and also to help bend the curve of some of the global processes we're engaged, which are certainly not sustainable. And this project aims to train them in leadership and also with technical knowledge, and we have commitments like to train 10,000 young African entrepreneurs in China. We got some funding for that, and this is one of the initiatives we wanted to showcase. We have a cities-to-cities project. Cities are also partners of South-South cooperation, and others. And at the policy level, we were given the mandate to prepare that UN strategy I mentioned. And we're working on that. I'm very happy that my colleague from FAO is here. He's an actor in that process. We are working with over 40 UN entities, not just development entities, but some of the political level. And I think by next month, early next month, we're going to have the final draft to present to the Secretary General and to the member states early this year, and then have all the UN system working based on a similar conceptual framework. So basically, what we need then is to get confirmation of the political commitments, and for that we really look forward to the South Summit that will take place in Kampala in April next month, and we count on the leadership of the ambassador, who will, as chair, coordinate very much of the preparatory process. But also to get more actors engaged in South-South cooperation. And I think the ACP, with the particular nature of the organization, with the strong partnership we have by definition with the European Commission, can become an example of how an international organization can become a serious actor and a very noble and exemplary actor in implementing the BAPA declaration and implementing the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chediek, for taking us along the road that led to the Buenos Aires conference, the outcome, the changing definition of triangular cooperation, the recognition that there are more actors involved, and the current work that the UN is doing to promote South-South and triangular cooperation. Now it's time for us to hear from the FAO, which Mr. Chediek has mentioned as one of the actors, and I'm sure we'll learn some more about what FAO is doing in this regard. You have the floor, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Secretary General, Madam Chair, and also Mr. Chediek, Your Excellency, ambassadors, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to be here. This is my first time to be at the ACP. I can tell you, I really feel at home and looks very nice here inside and also outside. The first impression is very important for everybody, so I would like to be here as many times as possible. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the FLROB for their support whatsoever they have done for my mission here. Now, every time I go to an event, I could learn a lot. In the past, and when Mr. Chediek was there, when we had the Uganda event for the 10th anniversary of the FL China South-South Cooperation Program, I said if you could use one word to describe South-South and triangular cooperation, I said partnership. Now today I have learned, in addition to partnership, there is more, multilateralism. I think that is also the essence of the South-South and triangular cooperation. Now in terms of South-South cooperation, Mr. Chediek has also mentioned, I think also the Secretary General mentioned about the 1950s when we started the non-aligned movement. But if we trace back South-South cooperation, if you can agree with me, it can be traced back to 1,000 or even 2,000 years ago when we started the ancient Silk Road. Is that South-South cooperation? Certainly, yes. It is South-South cooperation. Now, I'm very pleased that although SAP is going to have that transition, but South-South and triangular cooperation is on the top agenda. And the SAP is very much committed to South-South and triangular cooperation, just like FAO. Why do we need the South-South and triangular cooperation, particularly in food and agriculture? If you speak in other areas, fields, we can mention solidarity, independence, ownership, or whatsoever. There are many reasons and principles for South-South and triangular cooperation. I have thought about it for a long time. To make it simple, in food and agriculture, why do we need the South-South and triangular cooperation? Simply 4S. Solution. Because now a number of many developing countries, particularly the emerging economies, have the solutions for development. Second, sustainability. We have 2030 SDGs, the hunger and poverty people. But the majority of those people are located in the developing countries in the south. So if we're going to achieve the SDGs, we must solve this problem, the sustainability. Third, similarity. This is different from industry and other sectors. For agriculture, if you could plant one, let's say, crop, in Indonesia, Malaysia. It doesn't mean you can do it in Scandinavian countries. You must have the similar agricultural endowments. Otherwise, you couldn't do it. This is particularly true for the neighboring countries that have similar soil, water, climate, temperature, culture, or whatsoever. So if there is a solution, a technology, it can be very easy to be extended and applied around. And fourth, scale up. We need to scale up. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense. This is particularly true for the South-South and Triangular Cooperation for the neighboring countries. If there is a simple, very cheap practice, it can be scaled up in other countries. Now, over the past 40 years, FAO has done a lot in South-South and Triangular Cooperation. We have raised $370 million through more than 300 projects. In 1990s, FAO did the SPFS, Special Program for Food Security, that targeted for the LIFDC, low-income food deficit countries. And entering into this century, the South-South and Triangular Cooperation has got very good momentum. My office is a newly established office since last year, but that doesn't mean South-South Cooperation started from FAO last year. We have been doing so for a long time. That's why an independent office is established. In my office, we host the FAO China South-South Cooperation Program, amounting to $80 million. Through this program, we have sent more than almost 2,000 experts and technicians to African and Asian countries. We also host the Japan South-South Cooperation Project and the Republic of Korea South-South Cooperation Project. And I'm very pleased to tell you, in FAO we have many other South-South and Triangular Cooperation partners or providers. Brazil is a very big provider, 50 million, but this is hosted by the regional office in Chile, supporting the Latin American countries. We have other countries, like the Angola last year for the African Solidarity Trust Fund. Angola committed more than 10, I think it's 12 million or something. Very strong supporter of the SSTC. Now, although we have done a lot over the past 40 years, but still we need to do more. We still have 820 million undernourished people in the world. Over the past 4 years, not much improvement yet. So South-South Cooperation has been a very important pillar for FAO, particularly since the new DG of FAO. We have begun a new program for the South-South and Triangular Cooperation. Now, institutionally, as I said, there is a new office, and we are going to update a new strategy. The new strategy would be 3 Ins: inspiration, inclusion, and innovation. Inspiration, that is to encourage more governments, more countries, more individuals, particularly the young people, to know about SSTC and to be engaged in SSTC in the future. Inclusive, it means not only the government, but also the private sector, academia, institutions, NGOs, farmers, cooperatives, everybody. Innovation. Innovation can be No, it doesn't mean it's a scientific innovation. If we could improve something, even in procedure, it's also in innovation. What we are trying to do is try to use more digital technologies to be used in food and agriculture, particularly for the small farmers. Maybe we can do training. Traditionally, we do it in classrooms, in buildings, or in the fields. But nowadays, if we could make a very practical 2 minutes or 3 minutes video clip, and we upload in an app, so farmers in the developing countries, even in the small villages, I understand that it seems that every farmer or every house has a small phone, and they can view it, watch it, very easy. I'm thinking that not doing in English is not enough. We should do the video in the local language, so the farmers could understand. If you use English, French, maybe farmers couldn't understand in the local villages, communities. By the 3 inch, we're going to have a lot more programs and projects. I'm very pleased to see that EU, ACP, as well FAO has engaged a very good partnership in the past. And the 3 agencies or secretariat have been or is going to be in transition very soon. I think there is a very good opportunity for the 3 agencies to engage more for the future partnerships. I can tell you why. Now FAO is starting a new initiative that DG has launched. It's called the Hand in Hand Initiative, asking the traditional donors as well as emerging economies based on voluntary basis to help the small island countries, least developed countries, and the developing landlocked countries. And this initiative will be voluntary, and it's actually a kind of matchmaking partnership between the providers and also the beneficiaries. And secondly, FAO has just established a new office, OSL. It's an office of small island countries, developing landlocked countries, and least developing countries. I think the mandates of this OSL will have much more similarity with the SAP Secretariat. The SAP Secretariat is more about the SAP countries, island countries, least developed countries. So we could really do a lot in food and agriculture for partnership. And certainly, my office is fully engaged for the South-South and Triangular cooperation with the EU. We have a representative from the EU. We are very pleased to tell you that my office has also a number of triangular projects. Like I mentioned, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Netherlands. We've just signed a project, triangular. And we're going to have, most probably, a triangular project with Germany. So, now my office is also trying to make some contribution on the emergencies through South-South and triangular cooperation, particularly the most urgent ones, the FAW, for army worm in African and Asian countries, and the recent outbreak of the desert locust in Eastern African countries and in Asian countries. I think in the future we can do more. We are now discussing with the technical departments of FAO as well as member countries of the affected outbreak. Once again, I'd like to thank SAP Secretariat very much for this important event, and I look forward in the future for more fruitful cooperation and partnership through and by South-South and Triangular Cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang, for underlining the commitment of the FAO to South-South and Triangular Cooperation and of advising us of the various initiatives in which the organization is involved. Now, I'm sure we would all like to hear about the preparations for the South Summit, and we have the best person here to tell us about it, and I give the floor to the Ambassador of Guyana, Ambassador Tenpo, Permanent Representative to the UN in New York. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator Ambassador Hales. Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, all protocols observed. Let me begin by thanking the Secretary General, His Excellency Dr. Patrick Gomes, or maybe it is Gomez, for his kind invitation to me to participate in this symposium. The theme of building alliances to strengthen multilateralism through South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation is a timely one, in that the issues related to development are multidimensional, and so bringing together representatives of organizations and coalitions and groupings concerned with development is both useful and necessary. I think that collaboration between the ACP and the G77, whose membership and mission overlap, is particularly useful. I also want to take this opportunity to express on behalf of the G77 in New York our deep gratitude to Secretary General Gomes for his outstanding leadership and years of dedicated service to the Global South. I take special pride in the fact that, like me, he is a national of Guyana, which is a reflection of the role that Guyana has played over the years in the work of the ACP and the importance that we attach to this particular grouping as a major component of the coalition of developing countries seeking to protect and to advance the interests of the Global South. As the G77 prepares to convene the third South Summit in Kampala, Uganda, from 17 to 19 April, we are acutely aware of the need to broaden our coalition, to build partnerships and to integrate different perspectives into our thinking and into the approaches that we use in seeking to address the many challenges with which developing countries are confronted in the global arena. The third South Summit is long overdue. At the first summit held in Havana in 2000, member states of the G77 agreed that summits should be held every 5 years. The second summit was held in Doha in 2005, but it has taken 15 years for the third summit to be convened, and we are grateful to the government of Uganda for taking on this major responsibility of hosting the summit in 2020. The year 2020 itself is significant. We are in the fifth or sixth year since the creation of the G77 in 1964, and we are also commemorating this year the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. It is therefore a logical juncture for stock-taking and reflection on the way forward. Indeed, a number of processes are underway at the United Nations to review and revitalize the work of the main organs of the UN, including the Security Council, the General Assembly, and the main committees of the Assembly, as well as the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC. ECOSOC in particular has responsibility for some of the key thematic areas on the development agenda, including the Sustainable Development Goals, climate change, and the repositioning of the UN development system to enable it to deliver its services to member states more effectively and efficiently. The G77 under Guyana's chairmanship is actively engaged in that process of review and revitalization and of strengthening the role of ECOSOC as the body that is mandated by the Charter to promote the economic and social development of member states. It is also natural that the G77 should be looking at its own strategies, approaches, and working methods with a view to adapting them to the changing realities of the international situation. And these realities include the need to accelerate the change toward a new development paradigm, a sustainable model of development that meets the needs of the present generation while preserving and protecting the environment for future generations. They include mobilizing to confront the challenges of climate change, both in terms of addressing the scientifically proven causes of global warming, and of mitigating and adapting to its impacts on climate, which are disproportionately borne by vulnerable developing countries that lack the capacity to adapt and the resources and resilience to recover from the devastation caused by extreme weather events. Among the core principles governing the position of the G77 on the question of climate change is the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities between the North and the South. Today's realities also include the worrying trend towards a retreat from multilateralism by some key members of the global community, when time and again, as with the current outbreak of the coronavirus, which is disrupting global supply chains and causing stock markets on every continent to plunge. And I noticed on the news this morning that entire cities are under lockdown and even some border crossings are closed. We are reminded, therefore, that no country is an island and that we are bound together by an underlying tissue of interconnectedness that simply cannot be unraveled in today's globalized and interdependent world. Another element of the new reality is the need to reposition the UN development system so that development is placed at the center of the organization's priorities. In this connection, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development represents a holistic approach to development and a platform for action that addresses development in all its dimensions and recognizes the nexus between the social, human rights, and peace and security dimensions. There can be no development without peace and security and freedom from conflict. And development means little if it is not people-centered and does not respect the inherent human dignity and basic human rights of people everywhere. The theme of the Kampala summit is leaving no one behind, and the outcome document, which is now being drafted, will seek to place achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals front and center of the G77's priorities. The group is of the view that the agendas of the General Assembly and ECOSOC, both main organs of the United Nations, should be aligned more closely with the Sustainable Development Agenda in order to ensure greater overall coherence and focus in the work of the organization. Our hope is that the summit will lay out a vision for the future work of the G77 that is at once aspirational, substantive, and forward-looking. We must be bold and aspirational in defining our goals and our mission to accelerate the pace of development in the Global South, particularly in those regions and countries in special situations and with particular vulnerabilities, like the least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, countries in conflict or post-conflict situations, and small island and low-lying coastal developing states. And we must be bold and proactive in coming up with proposals for negotiating with our developed country partners to address the problems that we identify, including the lack of human, technical, and financial resources in many countries of the Global South for the implementation of their development programs and projects. We need to be substantive in identifying the obstacles to development and in proposing concrete solutions for overcoming them. These include access to financing for development, insistence that developed countries should live up to their commitments to allocate 0.7% of their gross national income to official development assistance, but also the need to simplify access where financing is available. We welcome the introduction by the Green Climate Fund of a simplified approval process for funding projects of up to $10 million, in recognition of the fact that some developing countries simply lack the capacity to navigate the application process. We need similarly creative approaches to tackling the problems of high indebtedness and access to concessional financing for those developing countries that are classified by the World Bank as middle-income countries, but which, like many countries in the Caribbean, have fragile economies that are highly vulnerable to the impacts of weather-related climate events that are occurring in the region of the developing world of the Caribbean with increasing frequency and with increasingly severe consequences. We need to mobilize support behind the proposal that has been put forward to adjust the criteria used by the World Bank to determine the income classification of countries to include a vulnerability index that includes vulnerability to climate events. But we also recognize that it is essential to come up with innovative strategies and scalable models to unlock the potential for private sector financing, which is critical to the prospects of many developing countries for achieving the SDGs. And we must be forward-looking. New and emerging challenges include the growing divide between North and South in innovation, science, and technology, and the challenges related to the new digital economy, internet governance, and cybersecurity. There is also the challenge of how to maintain the unity of a group whose membership is becoming more and more diverse in terms of their development status. More than 60% of global wealth is now to be found in the Global South, and the economic dynamism of some of our members is a key driver of global growth. At the same time, the countries in the bottom half of this diverse spectrum are falling further and further behind, and their interests on many issues often do not coincide with those of those members of the group that are farther along on the path to development. Identifying these new and emerging challenges that impact our efforts to achieve sustainable development and devising new strategies to address them will be one of the main issues that the Third South Summit will have to face. This, of course, is in addition to re-articulating and/or updating the position of the G77 on the thematic areas that have been on the group's agenda for some time. The list is a long one and includes the promotion of South-South and triangular cooperation, whose growing importance must be recognized, but whose role is complementary to and not a substitute for North-South cooperation. South-South cooperation is also a tangible demonstration of solidarity among the peoples and countries of the South. The list also includes reform of the international financial architecture, international trade, countries in conflict and post-conflict situations, and countries and peoples living under foreign occupation, permanent sovereignty over natural resources, and respect for religious and cultural diversity as a contribution to international cooperation and to the promotion of dialogue across cultural and religious divides. These then are some of the key elements of the vision that will be crafted and shaped by the membership of the G77 and China, and which will be reflected in the outcome document of the Kampala summit. The document will also reflect the group's position on the various thematic issues, a number of which I have identified in this presentation. Let me conclude by sharing with you that in terms of the logistical arrangements, representatives of the G77 Executive Secretariat are working closely with the National Organizing Committee of Uganda to ensure that preparations are on track. The government of Uganda and His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni personally are fully supportive of the summit, which will take place in the beautiful setting of an exclusive resort in Entebbe, not far from the capital city of Kampala. We hope that the outcome document adopted by the heads of state and government attending the summit will provide a blueprint to guide the work of the G77 and China in the challenging period ahead. And we would welcome your views and inputs as members of a sister organization pursuing essentially the same goals as the G77. And we can discuss how to channel the views of the ACP into the negotiating process for the outcome document. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Much of what you said, indeed all of what you said, resonates with the ACP. There are traces of our negotiating mandate in our engagement with the European Union. There are echoes of the summit declaration our leaders just adopted in Nairobi. And I'm sure that you and your colleagues in New York can count on the ACP to support the South Summit. We have some time left, and I'm sure there are lots of comments and questions that you would like to direct to the panelists, and the floor is now open for interventions. Could you identify yourself, please, before you speak? Right there.
Thank you. Good morning, Karen Che with International Bridges to Justice. And first I want to say thank you because this was an amazing panel, really wonderful. And it was like each person, I was like, wow, couldn't get better, couldn't get better. It was beautiful, thank you. And a lot of it is the energy that you bring in terms of the possibility of South to South unleashed. And I feel it. So first of all, I want to just say thank you. I also want to thank the leadership of SG Patrick Gomes in terms of like the vision of this, all the possibilities, and also for bringing this special ACP spirit and energy to Geneva. So last year, ACP and International Bridges of Justice put together a side event on SDG 16, peace, justice, rule of law, and access to justice for youth and technology. And I think the thing that was most exciting is that what it focused on, and again, this is sort of the ACP energy, everyone said what was most amazing about it was that it focused on what can be done and not what hasn't been done. So thank you for that. Thank you for, I think Felix is here from Geneva, who spoke eloquently at the event, as well as the Zimbabwean ambassador who lighted a fire under everyone by passionately saying, there's a lot that hasn't been done, but there's a lot that we can do, and let's all do it together. So thank you for this wonderful morning and for opening with this hope.
Thank you very much. Professor Yanka, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this exciting session. I'm Professor Janko from Berlin, Germany, University of Charité, but a director of the NGO for German Ghanaian Hospital Partnership Program, which we started a year ago. I'm very, very delighted to attend here, and I thank Dr. Gomez, Ambassador Gomez, for inviting me to come and share my experience and also your views about how to develop the South-South cooperation in a triangular view. I think it's very, very important. That's what actually I've started me years ago, and I'm very happy that I have this opportunity to join you here to share my experience, which I think this afternoon is coming. The most important, I think, crucial point in the South-South, I believe, is how to disseminate technology, experience, and also know-how. And that means we need, in the process of North-South development cooperation, a centers of excellence within the developing countries, where we can then from there disseminate and implement our South-South concept. And I think I will share with you this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Professor. I now give the floor to the representative of the Pacific Island Forum.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable guests and distinguished participants. I take the floor to convey a message from the Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, who wishes to thank the organizers for the invitation, but unfortunately she is unable to join you in person. I would like to congratulate all the speakers for the very important messages that have been conveyed, and in the interest of time, the statement from the Secretary General will be shared with this forum. But I'd like to take this opportunity to just highlight three very specific initiatives that the Pacific region has experienced in the context of South-South and triangular cooperation. First, we'd like to provide information to this forum that the Pacific Islands Forum, with a membership comprising of 2 developed economies and 16 island developing states and territories, has made quite significant progress in the recent past to place emphasis on South-South and triangular cooperation. I have got a number of examples in terms of what has been done in the region with regards to SDGs, but I will skip that because much has been said on that already. But I'd like to refer to one example on development finance, where we have had good success in terms of organizing the development finance assessments, which seeks to map the landscape of development finance to identify possible ways to improve current systems. And this is a program that is being spearheaded in the region with the UNDP. And the funding assistance is being provided by the Australian Aid and the Asian Development Bank as technical advisors as well. And we have, in the recent past, 4 Pacific states who have completed their development finance assessments and are in the progress of implementing their follow-up actions. And this is something which has also been accompanied by the integrated financing frameworks and innovation hubs, which actually seek to build the capacity in the region to support the development efforts. There are more details in this statement which will be shared with the members or the participants, so you may be able to discover that. But I'd like to also say that these are the platforms that have been utilized by the Pacific countries to also contribute to the voluntary national reviews under the SDGs implementation engagement. And this is something that we are continuing to build capacity in, and this year we are expecting 4 additional of our members to actually provide their voluntary national reviews. And these are some of the contributions that has really helped our countries identify how the South-South cooperation and triangular engagement is supporting their development agenda. Finally, one example that we would like to share with you is that over the years in the Pacific region, We've been able to build a network of trade, investment, and tourism promotion and marketing offices in key strategic markets. So it is through a South-South and triangular cooperation arrangement that the Pacific region has been able to establish and expand its Pacific Trade and Invest Network in markets such as Europe, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. And there are talks about further expansion of this network. A similar model could potentially be used to expand the network to include the ACP countries, for example, to promote increased intra-ACP trade and mobility of investments and tourism and of course, people. The anticipated partnership between the ACP group and India, which is expected to be signed later in the day, could envisage the setting up of such marketing and promotion offices in each of the three Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific regions, and the Indian market. So this is something that could potentially be explored as some very concrete examples of engagement. There is significant scope for knowledge sharing and exploration of joint venture initiatives in specific sectors and industries of common interest to all the parties. So let's hope we are able to go deeper into this and see how best we are able to build that capacity of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific regions. Chair, Excellencies, the Secretary General would like to also convey gratitude and thanks to the Secretary General, Dr. Patrick Gomes, for his leadership over the past 5 years and for instituting in many forms the South-South and triangular cooperation arrangements for the ACP we want. We wish Secretary General Gomes all the best in his future endeavors. And to conclude, we welcome the incoming Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. George Rebelo Pinto Chikoti, and we look forward to working closely with him to strengthen the good foundation that has been laid as the ACP Secretariat transitions into the organization of the ACP states. So with that brief summary, as I have mentioned, we will submit this statement to all the participants, and we support this engagement on South-South and triangular cooperation arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for conveying the message from the Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum. I have two more speakers, after which we'll bring this panel to a close. The Director of Foreign Affairs of Equatorial Guinea. Madam, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maricruz Evuna, Director General of International Organizations in Equatorial Guinea. And I'd like to, first of all, thank Dr. Patrick Gomes and my colleague Elsie Shishun from the UNDP Malabo for bringing me here back to the ACP House, you know, where I served for so many years before. So I want to thank you for that. And I did know that it was going to be a very interesting symposium. So I'm not very surprised. I know this is the way the ACP works, and I'm very happy to be here. I just want to take the audience back to what the panelists had said all along, which is about scaling up the initiatives. And this brings me back, reminds me of the FAO's initiative called the ASTF, which is the African Solidarity Fund for Food Security in Africa. Now, this was created in 2013 or 12, I believe, in Brazzaville, where we were able to raise $40 million US, 10 from Angola, 30 from Equatorial Guinea. And I think some Cameroonian NGOs also committed some funds. So only 3 contributors at the time. Years later, last year, 2019, the ASTF had a second round of donors, where we had a lot more contributors scaling up, not so much the money, but at least the visibility, the attention. And of course, we had Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, China, France, and I think, yeah, that's about it. So the scaling up of the, and the awareness of initiatives such as these is something that I think the Malabo, well, actually the ACP Information Center could benefit from, to move this ASCF from being just only for Africa to probably going to the other regions of the ACP. So these sort of initiatives are things that we'll definitely like to see happened and to see it expanded to other regions. And as our colleague from the Pacific Islands also said, their tourism network should also be expanded to, why not to African and to the other Caribbean states of the ACP. So basically, the scaling up is something that I think is very interesting, that was discussed this morning, and I think the ACP Center of Information in Malabo will be very, very appropriate tool to have that scale up and that awareness worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for knowledge sharing and drawing attention to the role that the ACP Center in Malabo can play. The Ambassador of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must admit that the presentations were excellent, and they went on to strengthen our spirit of intra-ACP cooperation. Having said that, allow me just to ask one or two questions. George Shediak, you did mention that when we talk about South-South and triangular cooperation, require political commitment, and I want to support that. Makes a lot of sense. But once in a while, that political commitment is wanting. And somebody mentioned about, again, the issue of Ebola, where there was a support from Cuba. Our wish is to see this cooperation again, even coming from the African countries themselves, and within the region, so to speak. Financial support cannot necessarily come from the north. It must come from south countries. Having said that, again, I want to ask a question or make a comment with respect to a presentation by Tang, WHO. Yes, when it comes to the concept of inclusion, particularly involving the local people, it is important to interpret the language, especially with regard to these initiatives, local language, so that you can involve the local communities. But this is not an easy task. So what challenge have you experienced, and how do you propose for us to do this? Because to me it's very important. And as I conclude, you know, some of the East African countries and countries of the north, to us, have experienced this locust disaster. So in terms of preparedness, you know, this is very important. It's like most of our countries have not been prepared. How can we prepare better so that this matter, this disaster, because it's not the first time, by the way, it has happened even in Southern Africa before. What needs to be done so that we are not caught with our pants down? Thank you very much.
I thank you for the contributions from the floor, and to bring our panel to a conclusion, I'll ask each of the panelists, starting with those to whom questions have been directed, to take 2 minutes to respond, and the other two panelists to take similar 2 minutes for their closing remarks. Mr. Chediek.
You touch upon a very critical issue, Mr. Ambassador. As I mentioned, we need more political commitment, and we have it at the declarative stage. It is very strong. At the same time, do you remember I mentioned this idea of the capacity building? But it's more than capacity building. It's the need for countries to commit resources to collaborate with each other. That's why I really listen with great appreciation the comments from the representative from Guinea Equatorial that provide this type of assistance. The idea is that developing countries tend to think that somebody else has better answers than the ones we produce. Number one, we have to break that. Actually, last week I was in a teleconference with the Civil Service Commission in Kenya. We're putting together a program for them to share with other African countries and also to work together with similar initiatives that are going on in Central Asia and in Bangladesh. But the idea is that we have to start looking horizontally much more. That's why one of the calls we make in the strategy of the UN is the UN to commit itself to helping countries to systematize the best practices, what you mentioned of the locusts, and also to help establish the institutional framework to make that political reality, the political commitment, a reality on the ground. That's why I say it's one of the big ideas of our office, to really facilitate the capacity of countries, or help facilitate, to engage more on South-South cooperation, and also to get other actors like NGOs, private sector, and others to play a central role. So what you just put me is a question and also a challenge that we need to do much more, and you have any ideas of how we can do it, I'm ready to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chediek. Mr. Tang.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Kenya. I'm very grateful that you remembered my name, but you didn't remember my organization correctly. I'm from FAO, rather than WHO. Frankly speaking, your question put me on the point. It's very difficult to answer your question, because that is a thought from my mind just a few days ago. One thing is that we had a lot of training courses for officers and experts in China, for African experts and officers. It's very good, but in my opinion, it also takes some time for them to digest and disseminate the information or the practice they learned, so that they can teach the farmers. So I'm thinking the best way, maybe the quickest way, is to teach the farmers by digital method. Very quick, very cheap, and they don't have to travel. Regarding the language issue, because I visited South Africa in a meat processing factory, there are a lot of women working in that factory. And I asked them questions in English. Maybe my English was too poor, they couldn't understand. And then I asked my colleague from the South Africa, said they couldn't understand English. And they said they couldn't understand. They don't speak English. They could only speak the local language. So if we do something in English, it takes some time for them to understand it. If we could do some local languages, many African countries, I don't know, 5 or 6 local languages, it's very easy for them to understand. And for my video clips, I'm thinking very simple, 2-3 minutes, crops, IPM, and also animal disease. Very simple technologies, and you just do it by hand. And that's it, they could do it. So it's very easy to follow. So this is just the idea. I understand, Ambassador, you may have better ideas. I would like to hear you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tan. Ms. Montero?
Thank you. I don't want to add much more. I think the conversation has been very interested and integrated. As you said, Ambassador, the South-South has to be at several levels. There's a lot that happens within the regions, Africa to Africa. There's a lot that happens between regions. What we have, and now I'm talking as UNDP, what we have decided to do is put people in the region specifically who have the responsibility to document, to get the best experiences. But what I would like to take away in this conversation, as the the member of government from Equatorial Guinea said, is really also an issue about scaling up and having results. So we need to make sure that beyond the large numbers of people, of individuals, which do exist, we need to make sure that whatever happens has an impact on policies and decision-making, and that whatever sort of work we do in the South-South cooperation then has follow-up. So the decentralizing, putting people on the ground that can, on the one hand, package the knowledge, but also make sure that when these experiences, which are increasing in quality and number quite substantially, take place, that they then have an impact in terms of what happens in the recipient country and is a true space of exchange. Thank you very much for having allowed me to participate. It's been a learning experience as usual, and certainly one which we want to commit to in making sure that, as I said, in the dialogue within the South, with the Global South, but also with the North, because as very clearly said, this requires a complementarity also with the North. We're seeing more and more the North coming in to co-finance these initiatives, and we want to make sure that whatever happens in the negotiation of the European funds in the future, that this be part of their consideration also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Did I see a hand asking for the floor? Okay. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maybe to complement the excellent comments made already by my colleague, Mr. Tang from FAO, regarding the question made by the ambassador of Kenya on how we can better prevent the desert locust and the current situation. It's a very dramatic situation because out in Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, there are not only already 10 million people in acute hunger insecurity, but 30 more million are at the age of getting to that level. So what we're doing right now is lots of advocacy. There is something new in this desert locust situation, is climate change, and many experts in FAO and outside FAO agree that the number of cyclones affecting the Eastern Europe, the Eastern Africa area are increasing substantially. The latest one, the cyclone Piang on the 12th of December, was totally unexpected, and the rainy seasons in the area lasted 1.5 months more than expected. So all that allowed for the desert locust to develop rapidly. We are reporting to different fora here in Brussels, to the European Parliament, to the European Council last week, and we are already seeing the good results of response from donors. Yesterday, 10 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I think the European Commission is going to make a big announcement of at least a two-digit million contribution. And I think it's very important to mention also that the Africa Solidarity Trust Fund is also making a contribution to this. So it's a good example of South-South cooperation there, because the desert locust doesn't know borders. It affects now not only Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, but also Djibouti, Eritrea, Uganda, and Tanzania. So it's a very serious issue. Prevention can always be done, but doesn't help the situation of climate change. And we are afraid that could be a recurrent issue that could affect Eastern Africa in the years to come. So we are watching it carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of the FAO office in Brussels, and Ambassador Tenpao, quickly.
Thank you again. Let me just say how much I admire the engagement of participants in this morning's, this first panel. It's truly striking, the engagement and the optimism that emanates from the comments and questions received. I would call it the spirit of the ACP, and I will take that back as a source of inspiration. I just want to go back to the comment made by the first speaker about the importance of SDG 16, peace, justice, and the rule of law, and how that is connected to the SDGs as a whole. Because sometimes we lose sight of these other elements, peace, justice, and rule of law, all of which are important for the economic aspects of the SDGs. And it just reinforces what I and others have said, that the SDGs, they're a holistic platform, all aspects, all dimensions of development. I also want to touch on this question of language, which is very interesting to me. The effectiveness of having apps and websites and videos in the local languages. And I think we can learn a thing or two from the private sector, because I read somewhere that Amazon, for example, they've quantified the difference in retail sales if their websites are in local languages as compared to the generic official language. And it is significantly higher when they target specific communities in the local language. So we can take a leaf from the book of private sector operators like Amazon. And let me ask a question. It is not usual for panelists to be asking questions of, but I wonder, because this question of the locusts and the dramatic situation being faced in East Africa, I understand that these clouds of locusts, these swarms, sometimes they're 37 miles wide and they darken the skies. And the question occurred to me, are locusts not a source of food? Because if that, the Chinese say that in every crisis there's opportunity, I asked the question whether locusts could in fact be, as insects, a source of food. So they looked on, they eat the plants that we normally would be eating, but we could in turn turn them into a source of food to replace the plants. I throw that out because I think there may be a response in this symposium. And lastly, let me say that I look forward to the linkages which hopefully we have started this morning between the ACP and the G77, because we overlap in terms of the mission, our membership, and the mandates that we have. And I hope we can institutionalize those links so that we can benefit from your perspective, especially in the areas in which you specialize, trade and South-South cooperation as well. And hopefully we can find ways to get your input into the zero draft as we prepare the outcome document for the South Summit, which will in fact be the blueprint for the next several years that will guide the decisions and positions of the G77 on any number of issues on the international agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I thank each member of our panel for sharing their wisdom, their perspectives with us this morning. I thank the members of the audience who have intervened. This is a panel that didn't need a moderator. The panelists did it all by themselves. I'd like to thank our interpreters as well for this morning. Please don't go too far. We are not going to have a break. We're going to move into the second panel. But I'd also like to tell you that coffee is available downstairs. You can go during the course of the panel and have your coffee. We're not going to have a break. So over to the next panel. Thank you all for your participation, and thanks again to our panelists. There'll be a family photo before the lunch break, so you will all be asked to be directed to where the photograph will be taken.
Hello? Can I ask that you take your seats, please, so that we can start the next session?
I didn't get their coffee.
Oh,
No, they did not.
excuse me. Can we
Most
start?
of them are outside. No, maybe the guy could go and call them.
Let's ask them to be seated so we can start.
Ils veulent commencer si on va appeler les autres.
Oh, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, it's because of the coffee, you know. I don't.
Yeah.
But we go, they will join us.
Yeah, but I don't think it will be fair.
Yeah.
You gave 10 minutes, it is not yet 10 minutes. Because I have also my coffee.
We shall begin the next session, and I want to take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all our participants, and I want to thank the Secretariat for the invitation to moderate this next session. All protocols observed. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a warm welcome again. It is my privilege to moderate this session of the debate under the symposium series organized by the ACP Secretariat in the framework of South-South and Triangular Cooperation. I encourage you to actively participate in the deliberations so that we can draw the key messages and recommendations that will lead us to a plan of action. This will guide our efforts as we strive to forge partnerships towards strengthening multilateralism to deal with the global challenges of the 21st century and meet our development aspirations. Having said that, allow me to give some brief remarks on the topic we are about to discuss. Many ACP states are developing countries which are making efforts to reach the targets of their development goals for the benefit of their respective citizens, to ensure that they live in peace and secure environment. While recognizing the great strides these countries have made so far, some of them have seen their efforts hampered by armed conflicts resulting in stagnation or even in decades of setbacks in their development, with loss of millions of lives, including women and children, vulnerable peoples, as well as causing the displacement of people and the growing number of refugees. Causes of conflicts have been identified as being internal, regional, and external. The causes of conflict often originate from other states, non-state actors, or structural socio-economic conditions. On the other hand, there are a multiplicity of threats to peace and security, including but not limited to arms proliferation, cybersecurity, human trafficking, and violent acts of terrorism in some of our member states, including the Sahel region.
The nexus between security and development has been discussed, and efforts have been undertaken in different fora, including at national, regional, continental, and international levels, to respond to the multifaceted socio-economic, political, environmental, and security challenges. The effectiveness of these efforts, however, have been of mixed results. It is clear that integrating security and development interventions as part of our larger conflict management strategy requires further pragmatic, institutional, and operational efforts that are informed by rigorous policy analysis. In this panel, which focuses on the topic addressing security threats such as terrorism and cybersecurity and crimes, we will have the opportunity to discuss different aspects of threats to security, namely terrorism, transnational crime, and the need for effective partnerships to address these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that terrorism, cybersecurity, and crimes undermine international peace and security. They divide communities, exacerbate conflicts, and destabilize entire regions, hamper efforts to promote and protect human rights, and finally, an obstacle to sustainable development. This therefore calls for increased cooperation at international level and in different sectors. I am pleased to note of a regional initiative that seeks to address terrorism. That is the G5 Sahel Force, which combines 5 countries, including Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, and Chad. This initiative was created in February 2014 with the aim at improving the coordination of the countries at a regional level for development policies, security, and defense activities. It further aims especially at fighting the terrorist threat, starting within the securitization of borders area. The ACP negotiating mandate acknowledges that terrorism poses a direct threat to the security of ACP, to international peace, stability, and prosperity. It also endangers the social fabric and economic development of ACP states. It is therefore a priority of the group to address this challenge. Finally, but not the least, allow me now to welcome and introduce our distinguished panelists who will share with us their views and insights into this important topic. I will start by introducing Her Excellency, Madam Amo Aziza Baroud, the Distinguished Ambassador of Chad, a country which is a member of the G5 Sahel, an organization of Chad, an organization of countries in the Sahel region tackling acts of terrorism. I also would like to introduce Mr. Pierre Saint-Helier, a special representative of the Interpol to the European Union in Brussels. And thirdly, Ms. Yata Dakowa, a representative of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Welcome, panelists. I will now start the presentation by requesting Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Chad, to begin the presentation, and I give the floor to you, Madam Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Merci, Excellence, Ambassadeur.
Excellency Ambassador Queen, moderator of this channel, thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of international organizations, dear participants, as the moderator just said, I will be referring to terrorism and crime in countries of the Sahel that have, for several years, been threatened as, in their very existence, as states. And I want to give you an idea of the role of South-South and Triangular Cooperation in this, and also mechanisms for combating this terrorism and criminality and prevention. Now, we all witnesses to change currently. It's a minor change, but is relatively important. As you know, the revised Georgetown Agreement will transform our group into an international organization, the International Organization of the ACP, and there will be effects arising from that. We have a new team, an incoming team, and it will be a transformed group committed to multilateralism, responsible for implementing the decisions from our Summit of Heads of State and Government that took place in the 10th December 2019 in Nairobi, on the 9th and 10th December in Nairobi in Kenya, and several speakers before me referred to this. Also, the paradigm at the Europe of the ACP-EU partnership is changing. There will be a restructuring of means of cooperation, and account will be taken of the new development challenges in ACP states, and that is all part of a relationship we will have with the European Union, which has now been marked by Brexit. And with this in mind, I want to refer to the Sahel. We are facing a serious security threats affected by terrorist groups taking advantage of socioeconomic despair in the region, taking that and seizing an opportunity to radicalize young people and wreaking desolation amongst people. So the ACP group is now committed to South-Southern Triangular Cooperation and wants to be an effective global actor. And as the moderator said, we need to play an important political and socio-economic role in this context. And there's so many challenges, especially in the Sahel countries, and these are increasingly pressing, and we cannot wait. We need to find effective responses as quickly as possible.
Dans cette intervention, donc, j'essaierai de présenter brièvement le contexte du terrorisme au Sahel, en fait les impacts socio-économiques, les impacts politiques du terrorisme dans le Sahel, les acquis des stratégies actuelles de lutte qui sont menées et les défis actuels et futurs qui s'imposent à cette stratégie, ainsi que les stratégies de lutte efficaces dans un cadre donc de coopération sud-sud, triangulaire et multilatérale. En ce qui concerne le contexte.
And also, can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Yes. Okay.
What happened? English, because I prepared my interview. Donc le Sahel n'est pas à présenter, je crois que.
So, people have heard so much about the Sahel over recent years, and it's about 5 million square kilometers, and it's virtually the size of Europe with 27 states. It is made up of 5 countries that were mentioned earlier: Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Chad. And they're just short of 83.7 million inhabitants. With regards to our natural resources, I think a lot has been written about us with regards to the real potential of this part of the world. But paradoxically, it is where we have, in spite of the possible wealth, we have a huge number of poor people, based on UNDP data. These are virtually the poorest, 5 poorest countries: Chad, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, in that order. Or Niger, Chad, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And pointless to come back to talking about the lack of infrastructure, low investment, and the general weakness with regards to exploiting natural resources. What's happened is that overnight we found ourselves in a disastrous situation. And this all started with the assassination of the leader of Libya, Mr. Gaddafi, and all the consequences that came from that. The heads of state within the zone at the time, in an almost annoying manner for most people, said that measures needed to be taken after the assassination of Mr. Gaddafi in order to protect the neighboring areas, because everyone knew that there would be consequences. Appeals were not heard at the time, and they in fact were ignored. And overnight, we saw the birth of Boko Haram, which was the Islamic State in Africa linked to the one in the Middle East, and then certain areas of insecurity in the Sahel due to violent extremism, mainly in the north of Mali. Over time, the phenomenon changed, and it became to what people have called a jihad, the peasant jihad in the center of Mali, and also conflicts between farmers and cattle breeders in Burkina Faso, etc. And it was really areas where the state was absent, which gave free rein to these organizations to then come in and take control. And now, when in Arabic, when we say jihad, it actually comes from Islam, comes from the Quran. And it's something that is often legitimate. You leave and you go and wage a war against the enemies of the religion. So when we were referring to jihads and jihadism, often this is what it means. It's a legitimate battle. And here we're faced by terrorists who simply shoot at everything in sight, even animals. They kill people, of course, but they sometimes kill animals who vital to the livelihoods of many. And so they are not in following what we would call a jihad. They don't have the legitimacy. They shouldn't be called jihadists. They are terrorists. They are criminals. And so I think from time to time, we need to explain the very meaning of a word such as jihad, because if we were to use it, it would seem to give legitimacy to people who do not deserve it in any way. So it is actually banditry and terrorism that we are seeing. Of course, there are socio-political claims as well and problems. And the terrorists have actually become very strong and taken over on the ground. We don't know exactly who they are. We don't know how many there are. We don't know who funds them. We don't know where to find them. All we know is that today, and since 2011, when this phenomenon started in 2014 in February, where we had G5 Sahel, then we've had the mobilization of the international community. And today, as I speak to you, what we do know is that these people are increasingly well organized. They are much stronger, and they can attack us anywhere they want. And they really can surprise us. They have a monopoly on that. The human cost and financial costs are huge and increasing every day. 3 weeks ago, there were 50 people killed. And there were women, children, soldiers, often surprised in their barracks. Those who are not able to escape are killed. And then they sometimes come back to kill survivors. We saw what happened in Mali a year ago. They completely destroyed an area. They killed, sacked, and they returned to the same area and committed the same crimes. We have no studies that show the economic or socio-political impacts of this crisis in the region. And all we have to do is, we've been able to do is add up the human losses, civilian losses, and our enemy is clearly stronger than us. They can use the element of surprise, and our soldiers are not trained to deal with guerrilla warfare in the Sahel. This must be stated. And we have several shortcomings that arise from the situation we have. In Chad, for example, there is no experience in fighting guerrilla warfare in the Sahel. There are also certain services in the affected areas that are dysfunctional. And gradually, we've had a loss of sovereignty and the sovereignty and legitimacy of states in these areas when the soldiers abandon barracks and flee, leaving civilians who then, of course, lose respect for them. We don't really have social services, and overnight, states have had to devote more resources to security, and other sectors have suffered, and already investment was low. And as I already said, we are some of the poorest countries in the world. And we've had to redirect resources from social affairs to the military and to defense, to the defense budget. And there's a loss of confidence of civilians in their governments. I know there was one village where, in an African village, they went in and they killed all the mothers. Can you imagine what that is? What happens in such a village? That village will disappear. The traditional beliefs will disappear. So it's totally a total disaster. And I don't think you can come back a year later and say to people, come home, rebuild in such a village. So there's a huge gulf now between governments and local people. And in these areas, there's a huge amount of work that needs to be done for rebuilding, restoring confidence in the state, in government. And that's not something that can be done in just 6 months or even in 2 years. It really is in-depth work.
So that is the background overall and what is actually obtaining on the ground. And so we face a number of problems and enormous challenges in the G5 Sahel. And you have had heads of state since 2011 who have never faltered in raising the alarm about events that have since unfolded. And so a few of us got together, 5 states, in 2014. We created the G5 Sahel organization. And so we organized ourselves as best we could. And very soon we were assisted by partners who came to the fore, including France, which began with a Serval operation, which is still ongoing. And other countries came to support France, like the United States, Britain, Belgium, the United Nations. So a number of countries. And with the support of all of these stakeholders, we were able to put in place the administrative, military, in the form of joint forces, working against Boko Haram, with their headquarters in Chad, and the joint forces which are operated in the Sahel with their headquarters in Mali, and also with the support of MINUSMA and other resources, including at political level, which were developed to support the national armies, to assist them, and in order to equip them to deal with this emerging challenge in Africa. And the response of partners must be welcomed. It was very quick, but we have since noted delays which have been decried by the population and a number of countries. So there was a sense that there had been much more talk, many more pledges than actual action against an enemy that it takes on many forms and is ever changing. We feel as if there are too many cooks in the kitchen. Procedures keep changing, and it is difficult to keep up with these procedures on the ground in a climate of urgency, to have to deal with red tape. Much has been said, and a joint response with the port summit that took place some weeks ago in France has emerged as a response to these problems, these gaps as identified. Now, what can I say about the acquis of the strategy and future challenges and current challenges? A number of partners have risen to the challenge in the field by providing military equipment and training. But at the same time, we've seen several organizations mobilizing, including the EU, in fact, spearheaded by the EU. We've seen the Gulf states, countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, who have indeed mobilized significant resources, which have been channeled both to the G5 Sahel directly and also to the supporting states concerned. And these countries have managed to win back some territory. We have seen with training and equipping of armies, this is an exercise that is ongoing. And you will need many more efforts in terms of the training, which may have to be adjusted. We're talking about armies in their quarters, but this is not the kind of fight you can wage from your army headquarters. And so these forces will have to be taught to contend with a guerrilla force operating in the Sahel and the desert. Someone spoke of the resources that are to be deployed, such as drones, which are new tools and which may be essential in making a change in the field. And also, with this technology, you see the local population. When you get to the Sahel and you greet a person, you are often treated to information on movements of livestock and a number of other tidbits that could be of use to those who are there to help. So these traditional channels and populations, which have in the past even been used by the terrorists, are not being sufficiently deployed. We have resources like flak jackets, armored vehicles. All of that is very useful, but you also need to take account of the local and such resources could be integrated into the efforts. So the European Union agencies and emergency trust funds have been put in place, and all of that has made it possible to rectify past errors so as to deal with the indirect causes and the deep-seated causes linked to poverty, endemic poverty, low incomes, unemployment of the youth in particular. But it has to be said that the major challenge is political dialogue in countries to actually deal with the causes. And we've seen much work has been accomplished in this area involving strategies. And in fact, Mali now has its own internal plan to ensure internal dialogue within the country so that you can bring about full territorial integrity, so that the Malian armed forces are to be deployed in Kidal, and remain within a special zone, whereas all of these armed forces should be part of the same country and the same territory. So this is key to ensuring territorial integrity and to ensure the population is indeed reassured. And in Niger, we have seen an execution plan of the recommendations following the Pau summit. And it has to be pointed out that here there has been a focus on the need to deal with the underlying causes, tackle this from a development perspective, dealing with the populations as well as local NGOs, rather than simply deploy foreign-crafted emergency plans. And also in Mali, we have seen efforts to deal with and meet with the terrorists to find out what they really want. It is all very well to hide behind your positions, causing explosions and wreaking havoc with the population without saying exactly what you want to achieve. And so we have seen similar experiences in Algeria, which a few years ago was dealing with the same situation. So you had the armed forces who were taking stock of victims of violence. And with the death toll rising, they noticed that there was not much that the loyalist forces could do against those guerrilla forces. But in the end, they were able to overcome that and restore peace. And so they were able to resolve that problem, which means there are solutions. There are people out there who can teach us something. In Mauritania, right at the outset, we're dealing with killings, a spate of killings, and they realized that there was a possibility for terrorists to enter Mauritania. They set up artificial village encampments. They educated the persons involved, and they put in place the Mihari, who use camels to travel around the area to pick up intelligence beforehand so as to counter any possible offensives. And indeed, this is the only country that has dealt with almost no attacks, save one, which unfortunately led to the death of all the population in a post. And so we have seen very few attacks in Mauritania. So this is an example of examples drawn from countries of the South facing similar problems. Niger and Mali are similar to Mauritania and could therefore certainly draw on the infrastructure that is available locally. It may not be high-tech equipment, but it is local and can be used by the populations in service of the fight against this savage terrorism. So we could explore a number of avenues to have a lasting effect on our efforts, and certainly through South-South partnerships, we could extend this to continental armies and other parts of the ACP as well. Using the tools of technology, we could ensure we have an intra-ACP level together with the EU's support to strengthen capacity of national armies so that we can contend with any instances of insecurity, especially those that are linked to terrorism. We could also set up a mechanism for standing political dialogue at ACP level to deal with social and security issues. We could also strengthen capacity within the populations or within countries at the private sector level to encourage youth to get into entrepreneurship so that they would not be exposed to the phenomena of migration and would not, therefore, be led to engage with terrorist organizations. This is something that spares no group. And so we would want to see even more research which would highlight the impact of terrorism on the populations. And that is one thing that the Malabo-based South-South and Triangular Cooperation Center could get involved with. And as I close, we want to see more involvement of local populations, which is the only guarantee of security in any initiatives conducted in the Sahel. This is a very specific population, and if you just come in to command and cooperate, you would not really be able to put out any of the fires. And we've seen this with the development projects funded, and therefore you need to involve the local population and local NGOs for better ownership. Thank you for taking so long, and I apologize for taking so long.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Baroud, for that very deep and very comprehensive experiences of the Sahel region in addressing the challenges of terrorism in that part of Africa. We can appreciate the need for close collaboration between international and regional partners in addressing this issue. And of course, you've highlighted the support that the Sahel region has received from a number of partners, including the EU, France, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and of course, we also take note of the need for more engagement with other partners and of course the local community and population in identifying ways and means to address the issues affecting your region in terms of terrorism. I will now leave any questions and comments later. I will call on the next panelist, Mr. Pierre Saint-Hilaire, to share some of his experience and insights onto this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Cooney. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General Gomes, want to thank you for the warm embrace that you've extended to our organization, which in the past that the last time that I spoke here, we were very clear, all members of Interpol, including the Solomon Islands as one of our most recent members. What I'll talk about briefly, because it looks like we are running a little bit out of time, is I want to talk about this concept called the 10%, and I'll dig deeper into that and what that means. Then I'll talk a bit more about how Interpol as an international organization provides support to the member countries in tackling cybersecurity, terrorism, which I have to say is also linked to transnational organized crime if we're looking at the illicit financing of some of the terrorist activities. And what we do as an organization, and certainly in the end touch upon some of the difficulties and the challenges in a specific region, like the G5 Sahel, and what Interpol is doing there to work in a collaborative way with certain other regions. It was my first day of law school in New York, and it was first class, which is criminal law, and so the professor brought a criminologist into the room and said, "Welcome, you are going to be the future of this great society. But let me tell you one thing that you need to know, and this applies globally because this is within the human DNA. Every society has 10% sociopaths. And this is what you have to guard against. Every society has to guard against. This is why you have to strengthen your institutions, because they will be ever present, whether in the form of terrorists, whether in the form of organized crime, whether in the form of corruption. That 10%, you will be fighting them for the rest of your life, because that is in the DNA of human beings." Now, I'm not a criminologist, so these are things that what I've learned over the years is that whatever you do, and whatever we have done and whatever approaches we've made, there's somewhere in a society where there are sociopaths and psychopaths, and that we have to guard against. And so Interpol, as an international law enforcement organization, we look for ways on developing networks to deal with certain situations. So what we do as an organization on the terrorism front, and to stay specific on this focus, is we do provide support to member states. We know that the 10% travel, for example. So therefore, we provide support to member states in the G5 Sahel Summit, the G7 Summit in France. We were asked to provide support. We looked at the 33rd African Union Summit, all in 2019, the FIFA Club World Cup, the G20 Summit. All of them requested Interpol support to address a couple of things. One, when you do have these heads of state, there's a reason why there is a UN convention on the protection of heads of state, is that you do have contract killers that travel, you have hooligans that travel, you have transnational organized criminal elements that are attracted to these summits and attracted to these areas. They traffic in human beings, they traffic in narcotics, they exploit these situations in order to traffic in firearms. So all of these things, all of these societies are exposed to that whenever they're hosting a specific summit. And if there is a request from Uganda, for example, to provide this kind of support for the G77 summit, certainly Interpol would be there to provide that kind of support. Again, we provide the Interpol capabilities to all of those countries, and that is mostly in terms of information sharing and identifying who those criminals are in the databases that we have, which contains millions of information. What we would like to see at Interpol for the ACP group of countries is we would like to see you use the Interpol system as robustly as the European Union does. They are the #1 users of the Interpol system, querying our system on a daily basis with billions of searches. Anyone coming into your territory, anyone that they arrest, they're querying the Interpol system. And there's a reason why they do that. They're trying, again, to create a safe environment within their societies. And as our Guyanese ambassador to the United Nations said, there's no development without peace and security. And this is something that at Interpol we fully agree with. And you also said that no country is an island. Indeed, I would say no continent is an island. And so in that regard, the presentation made by Her Excellency Baroud in terms of what is the Sahel dealing with right now, the Sahel is dealing with a situation that Saudi Arabia has dealt with, Algeria has dealt with, Iraq has dealt with, the Philippines has dealt with, Kenya has dealt with. So we have a lot of countries that have experienced how do you deal with a transnational terrorism threat, which is asymmetrical. And there's no reason to believe, and the evidence that we have at Interpol, it isn't a national or regional threat in the Sahel, it's a transnational, international threat. The reason that we see an uptick in the deadly attacks in the Sahel is that the individuals that formerly were in the caliphate in Syria and Iraq, al-Baghdadi's group, ISIS, when there was the bleed out of those individuals after, quote unquote, the Western powers crushed the caliphate, all of those individuals fled and went somewhere else. They brought with them military training. They brought with them certain capabilities that they had in the caliphate that they're training others in the Sahel, they're training others in the Philippines. They've completely bled out and went global. So from our perspective, and I think I agree with you, Ambassador Baroud, in that if you're looking at South-to-South experience in terms of how to deal with that, the ACP is perfectly situated to bring all those individuals together, and Interpol certainly would like to support such an initiative. We are looking at, for example, north to south situations. So we have requests from many European countries that they have no idea that their nationals were actually training with terrorists in Syria and Iraq because they had no presence there. But there were others that were also in the camps with them, and those others came from other parts of the world. They came from the Caribbean, they came from the Pacific Islands, they came from Southeast Asia, but what we see is there's no connection between, for example, France and the Philippines. When you have a foreign fighter that came from Syria who cannot be prosecuted in his home country, but that individual possesses information that would be useful to the European countries. So therefore, me, Pierre Saint-Hilaire, I'm being prosecuted in France and there's no evidence against me because I said I went there for tourism purposes. I wasn't there to fight. But my good friend, colleague, Yatta, was with me in Syria when we were learning how to make explosives, but her country is not talking to France in order to share that information because this will be the clear evidence. So at Interpol, this is what we try to do. We try to get member states to collect information, to connect, and to compare that type of information. And so the tools and services that we present as an organization is available to member countries. And one of the final things that we would like to say vis-a-vis the Sahel, for example, is that the relationships that we see that is needed for true multilateralism starts at the national level. It is having your customs, immigration, intelligence agencies in your own country working together and breaking down the silos. It is what often the term that is used, it's used at the United Nations. I think it's overused because a lot of people don't actually apply it. And they say in order to solve the problem of terrorism and crime, we need a whole of government approach. And so everyone went from whole of government approach because they realized that, wait a minute, governments are not enough to really solve this problem. We also need the private sector. We need civil society. We need NGOs. So now everyone is talking about a whole of society approach to dealing with the problem. So one of the factors that you're seeing in the Sahel, and I'll end it because I think the ambassador really talked about all the challenges that are faced there, is Interpol signed an MOU with the G5 Sahel to give the G5 Sahel access to its databases. and the profiles and biometrics of 53,000 foreign terrorist fighters that went to Iraq and Syria to fight with ISIS. It is available to all of the member states. There's a small problem. Not all member states have the technological equipment to be able to connect. Some even lack the infrastructure. So when we talk about the border between Niger and Mali, that is ungovernable. So how do you deal with that in the border checkpoints? Are they checking against an individual that's coming through? That is not likely to happen. So, so in the G5 Sahel, one of the biggest problems that we are seeing is that a lot of the funding that's going from the European Union and others is disproportionately going to the military in that region. You're not going to solve the problem through a military action only. You have to diversify the funding. You have to build the institution. You have to build the criminal justice sector that will try those individuals, because they are not soldiers, they are terrorists and criminals. And so we at Interpol certainly push for that. And in terms of military law enforcement exchange, this is something also in our DNA that we are also pushing in the G5 Sahel, and one of the reasons why we entered into negotiations with NATO for information sharing. So I will end there. Certainly, sorry if that we're out of time, but this is a subject that that requires really a deep dive in order to get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. That was very useful. Of course, sharing what Interpol can do with member states in sharing information, and I'm sure the participants will come up with some questions later. Now we'll give the floor to Yata to contribute to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Kani. Secretary General Gomez, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure for UNODC to be able to join this very important symposium. I'd like to actually start by commending the ACP community for this initiative and for its leadership role that it's taken in promoting multilateralism and the positive impact its collective actions have had on the lives of citizens across member states. I also commend the EU and other partner institutions for their leading role in fostering North-South and South-to-South dialogue. Let me also join others today who have welcomed the ACP Nairobi Summit Dialogue Declaration and its recognition for strong coordination among states and commitment to mainstreaming gender in its activities, in its security policies, tackling corruption, the financing of terrorism, and combating transnational organized crime. For over 40 years, UNODC has been the technical and operational arm of the United Nations, addressing the hybrid threats related to illicit drugs, transnational organized crime, corruption, and terrorism towards achieving health, security, and justice for all. Our work promotes international cooperation based on a set of normative frameworks founded on the rule of law and are in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. As the custodians of the international instruments on crimes, we are pledged to promote the full implementation through the formation of strong partnerships that reach across borders and go beyond the boundaries of individual mandates and goals. Here, I would like to commend the ACP group, as almost 100% have ratified the crime-related conventions, the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and Against Corruption. And also, I would like to encourage those states who have not yet ratified the protocols on trafficking in persons, smuggling of migrants, and firearms to go ahead and do so. During the first panel, we heard about all countries from the Global South needing to engage in South-South cooperation. So I'd just like to highlight here that ratification will indeed support international cooperation when it comes to criminal matters. Distinguished participants, the changing nature of security is entangled with many typologies of crime. And here I'll just really like to acknowledge my co-panelists for their interventions in really painting the enormity of the scale of the threats that we're dealing with. When there are few rules, when governance fails, when impunity allows one to walk away with almost murder, crime flourishes. No doubt, transnational organized crime is one of the big winners of economic globalization. Organized crime groups and criminality do not respect borders and use multiple routes across land, sea, and air. Moreover, cybercrime is an evolving form of transnational crimes that takes place in the borderless realm of cyberspace and is compounded by the increasing involvement of organized crime groups and many other actors. This is why at UNODC, we're building partnerships and delivering activities that recognize the regional and global nature of the threats we all jointly face. Like the rest of the UN system, we have a key role to play supporting states with implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Many relate to a work, particularly SDG 16, that several panelists have already mentioned today. Here, I'd also like to share that UNODC is the custodian agency for 15 of the crime-related indicators under the SDGs. And we also work closely with the EU in their external actions, covering a broad portfolio of security-related issues and reaching all geographic regions. Now, if you will, I would just like to provide you with a brief overview of how we see some of these threats evolving and the South-South cooperation initiatives that could be further scaled up. First, the Pacific region. The Pacific region is in the middle of a geographical triangle, making it the ideal transit location for transnational organized criminal activities as groups in South America and Southeast Asia target Australia and New Zealand as destinations. Over the years, crime has steadily been on the rise in the Pacific region, and gang violence linked to drug trafficking is reaching alarming levels. Without any dedicated and tailored crime prevention initiatives and robust law enforcement, the situation is expected to further degrade. To address these threats, I'd like to actually welcome the Boer Declaration and various SCP resolutions, which recognize a wide range of the threats, from environmental to transnational crime, cyber-enabled crime, and so on, that have a great impact on the security of the Pacific Island states. Such topics have to be prioritized in discussions with international partners, and practical steps need to be identified to allow the development of concrete cooperation and actions on the ground. The Pacific Islands and many ACP states rely heavily on having a secure and robust maritime space for reasons of coastal community reliance, fishing, and tourism. UNODC can assist Pacific countries in achieving their vision of a safe blue Pacific, as expressed in the Boer Declaration, by supporting them stem the current rise of transnational organized crime activities. The critical importance of the sustainable fisheries sector globally is such that we all must work collectively to ensure that countries do not lose revenue due to corruption, fraud, money laundering, and that fisheries resources can be managed sustainably while ensuring the law. As a key facilitator to all types of illicit trafficking, corruption is a scourge that has to be effectively combated as well. In this regard, the Tainawa Vision adopted this February in Kiribati and committing Pacific countries to better fight corruption is the right way forward. I would also now like to actually congratulate Tonga for its announcement during that event that they will accede to the UN Convention Against Corruption. Moving now west to Africa, which has a high number of fragilities. The youth bomb, climate change, high numbers of migration, and illicit financial flows. We've heard quite a few mentioned today. We have seen the increased scope and intensity of threats resulting from terrorism and violent extremism in Sahel and other parts of the continent. Africa remains a key area for drug trafficking, with the proceeds from the drug trade funding other forms of organized crimes, including terrorism. These illicit activities support the establishment, expansion, and survival of extremist groups, enabling them to generate an income and to purchase supplies. To address these threats, regional capacities and responses must be strengthened to building capacities among law enforcement agencies. Also, we've heard it mentioned several times today, we need to strengthen the criminal justice systems and international cooperation, surveillance, and information sharing for timely responses. In particular, in the context of counterterrorism, there is the need to pool existing expertise and cooperation between all entities involved. UNODC offers specialized expertise to support states in dealing with very many different areas of the terrorism phenomenon. To name a few, foreign terrorist fighters, countering the the financing of terrorism, issues related to digital and battlefield evidence, international cooperation in criminal matters, PVE and CVE, gender mainstreaming, and ensuring human rights compliant responses to terrorism. And of course, most importantly, the treatment of children recruited and exploited by terrorists and violent extremist groups. We also place significant importance on ensuring ownership of counterterrorism responses by drawing on existing national, regional, continental initiatives, such as the ECOWAS Action Plan on Counterterrorism that was adopted in Ouagadougou in September of last year. Since November 2017, at the request of the G5 Sahel Secretariat, UNODC has been providing support to the operationalization of the police component, together with other partners, the EU, Interpol, the UN Office, OHCHR, and has conducted several capacity building sessions on joint investigations. UNODC also supports the Académie Régionale de Police of the G5 in Chad through the elaboration of training programs and the development of a gender strategy to promote better representation of women through all security bodies and forces of the G5 Joint Force. Now, in response to the digital challenges of terrorism and cybersecurity, the demand is quite high globally for training on countering and preventing terrorism online. The counterterrorism community has been developing and utilizing tools to analyze and investigate such crimes online. One of these products is the UNODC CTED and IAP practical guide for requesting electronic evidence across borders, which contains information to help identify steps at national level to gather, preserve, and share electronic evidence with the overall aim of ensuring efficiency in mutual legal assistance practices. Across the globe, and it's also been mentioned today, civil aviation. The growing connectivity offered by airlines is being exploited by high-risk and suspicious passengers. Airports are at risk of becoming a more frequented stop on both existing and new developing routes, including transit routes, and as a place for foreign terrorist fighters and a target for terrorist attacks. UNODC is working to support the countries across regions to strengthen air border control to identify, detect, and intercept illicit goods and high-risk passengers, such as victims of trafficking in persons and foreign terrorist fighters, through the EU-funded Airport Communication Project, AirCOP, which is jointly implemented in partnership with the World Customs Organization and Interpol, and is also part of the UNCT travel program. AirCOP is working in over 40 countries in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Southeastern Europe, and the Middle East, and has 25 task forces fully operational, 8 under establishment, including Jomo Kenyatta Airport, which is increasingly becoming a travel hub. Terrorism and associated violent extremism also pose direct threats to the Caribbean community. UNODC, through AirCOP, has been working closely with CARICOM, IMPACT's Joint Regional Communications Center, and its Advanced Passenger Information System to monitor suspicious movements of high-risk passengers. The international airports in Barbados, the Dominican Republic, and Jamaica have been trained in the detection and interception of potential foreign terrorist fighters. The Caribbean region also faces a number of maritime security challenges. This is based on its geographic reality, its resources, its history, and its neighborhood being in the front line of the cocaine trade, and also facing the changing threats due to instability in Venezuela. To facilitate South-South cooperation and capacity building, UNODC will be launching a Caribbean Forum on Maritime Crime this year. It will bring together states from around the wider Caribbean basin to exchange information, network, and develop responses on technical and substantive topics. Let me close by recalling that we should always bear in mind the causal connections between drugs and crime and security and development, while crafting an integrated approach founded on partnership, political will, and cooperation. Given the objectives of today's symposium, which reinforces the point that if we are to succeed, collaboration and partnership must not be a significant point of departure, and the place given to the crime-related security threats in today's global agenda, UNODC stands ready to formalize and strengthen cooperation with the ECP group. I hope this overview has provided a good foundation for our discussion and future cooperation. Thank you, and I'll close there.
Thank you very much, Yata, for that very comprehensive presentation, and of course the role of UNODC in supporting member states in addressing crimes, international crimes, and of course I'm impressed to hear your intervention on what you're doing in the Pacific, because it's the first time I've heard this. Thank you very much. I think we are running a little bit behind schedule, so I will allow the floor now for any questions and comments to the panelists before we break for lunch. Thank you, Madam. Joy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I found this, well, both of the panels have been very interesting, but I found it riveting. CARICOM heads of government have expressed an interest in addressing violence and crime as a public health issue, and I represent the Caribbean Public Health Agency. And I was really interested to hear that you've been working with IMPACTS and JRCC because they are part of the security cluster of CARICOM, which is our space in which we operate, of which CARF is a part. And we are already coordinating the CARICOM response to COVID-19 through the security cluster as a health security imperative, as epidemics are in Tier 3 of the security risk and threat assessment table. So when I heard you talking about how you allow persons to be tracked, that's how we're also tracking persons who are coming from areas where there is COVID-19 infection.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Equatorial Guinea. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Just wanted to again share some information with the participants here today. The Committee of Intelligence and Security Services of the African Union was, oh yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. As I was saying, the Committee of Intelligence and Security Services of the African Union was actually inaugurated in this month in Addis Ababa, but it was created by an African Union decision in 2004. Now, this Committee of Intelligence Services, as the title itself explains, it's the principal tool of the African Union to discuss terrorism and terrorism threats, cyber security, and whatever phenomenon that could try to hinder or deter our development plans in the African continent. So as I said, since 2004, they've been working without a headquarters, thanks to the government of Ethiopia, who gave around 35 square kilometers of land, and Equatorial Guinea, who gave around $10 million US to build the headquarters. Now we have a place where we can actually sit together and exchange with other organizations, and the role like Interpol and others that can assist us and help us with our security issues on the continent. Now, what's the relation between this CISA, which is the anagram for the committee, and the ACP Center in Malabo? We believe that making sure that trade development and investments and tourism, for example, all these networks that can make our country develop and grow could be channeled and could be, if the ACP Center in Malawi were to assist and work with the CISA Center in Addis Ababa, definitely we will have some of the 90% of the non-psychopaths probably benefit from trade and benefit from development. And so the 10% remaining psychopaths that do go around looking for soldiers and looking for people that could follow their doctrine will find it hard to leave their good lives to join terrorism initiative. For example, and I'm not a terrorist expert or intelligence expert, it's just a simple layman thought. Let's just say a Boko Haram head authority or whatever of the group goes in search for soldiers and new people to follow their endeavor. If these people that are sought out, the 90%, have the social and individual empowerment to live a regular normal life with social security, with health facilities, and the children just going to school having a normal life, believe me, most of these 90% remaining will not be following the terrorist and psychopathic plots of the responsible people. So going back to the CISA building, again, is to show that we Africans, or we from the developing nations, we can also take care sometimes of our own problems. We didn't have an infrastructure that will allow for these discussions to take place in a safe environment, in a safe place. Now we have one in the headquarters of the African Union. Remember, the African Union, the main building was donated by China. The Peace and Security building was donated by Germany, and now the CISA building is donated by Equatorial Guinea. So again, we think that these are actions that we can all kind of partake into and learn, and just think that if we pull together our resources, we can actually finance our own development and our own prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the contribution from Equatorial Guinea is very important, and of course the contribution that your government and people helping the ACP group, achieve the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. So thank you for that input. I have on my list the Ambassador of Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask one or two questions. Mr. Chairman, the presentations have been very excellent. Our Excellency Aziza, you did mention that you asked a fundamental question: who funds terrorists? And you said you do not know. I was wondering, Madam, whether it's not possible for our respective countries in the Sahel region to use their intelligence with the support of our partners to be able to know who funds terrorists. Is it the case they are not willing, the partners willing to support you or not? You also raised, you made a very interesting comment to the effect that the Sahel group of countries have no experience in fighting guerrilla warfare or war. Which is true, but we come from a group of states which have a colonial history of liberation, with a wealth of experience on guerrilla warfare in the spirit of South-South cooperation. Is it indeed possible for us to cooperate and assist our brothers and sisters in the Sahel region so that we can solve this problem? Finally, I want to pose a question to Interpol. You then mentioned that the ACP states, unlike the European Union, do not use the Interpol system the way they should. I'm just wondering, why is it that the ACP countries are not willing to use the Interpol system, which is free? Is it because of lack of capacity? And yet we know the invaluable advantages that accrue from using this system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have the Ambassador or the representative of Nigeria. Oh, before Nigeria, can I give the floor to Ambassador Tempo, please? You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, and many thanks to the panel for this presentation. Very moving and very human in many respects. I think we've already established that development is not possible where there's no peace. and in situations of conflict. But I want to comment on the presentation made by the ambassador of Chad, very detailed and in fact a very harrowing account from a human perspective of the situation in the Sahel. It was a bleak presentation in many respects because you indicated that the countries of the region had warned years ago after the fall of the Libyan government that this was a possibility, a likelihood, and there was no response in terms of the preventive action that might have prevented the situation that exists today. But as you went on, you sounded a few notes of optimism, if you can call it that, in the sense that there is now a response from partners to the initiative of the G5 Sahel, and that equipment, you mentioned the armored cars and the bulletproof vests and so on, are coming in, and you were perceptive enough to indicate that the assets, the local assets, in terms of intelligence gathering, local communities, those were as important, if not more important, than the heavy equipment. I think the representative of Interpol, Mr. Saint-Hilaire, he also explained that there is the possibility of support from Interpol for this effort. But I wonder if in the overview of this situation, as you go forward, if there's any way in which the G77, because we have discussions on terrorism and countries in conflict situations as obstacles to development. And I can assure you that what you have presented this morning will inform our discussions on those issues. But if there is any way in which the question of the Sahel, in addition to the other problems you are facing there with desertification and so on, it just makes a mockery of the whole idea of development. So I want to assure you that this will be, this will inform your presentation. I think you're an excellent messenger for this, on this issue, raising awareness, and it will certainly inform the discussions within the G77 of this question of terrorism and the impact it's having on your prospects for development in that region of the world.
Thank you, Ambassador Michael. I give the floor to the representative of Nigeria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding the floor to us. We take the floor to applaud the very substantive presentations from the various speakers, especially that of Excellency Madame Barrow of Chad on the Sahel 5 and the security threats therein in that region. Of course, as you are aware, not only in the Sub-Sahara, we also have the Chad is also involved in the multinational joint task force with Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Benin in the Lake Chad region. These are all points us to the fact that there is a nexus, very active nexus between development and peace and security. For us in the region, we are aware that these problems of terrorism in these regions are fed by developmental issues. Of course, like in the Lake Chad region, the shrinking of the Lake Chad due to climate change displaced over 5 million people of the economic livelihood. These 5 million people provide very active and very supportive materials for terrorists in the region. Same thing in the Sahel 5, the inability to deactivate the Sahara Desert, which provides again ungoverned and ungovernable territories, provides, as it were, viable training grounds for grooming and training terrorists in the sub-region. For us, this is both a challenge and an opportunity for South-South cooperation. Opportunities for us as members of the South-South to come together to look at these developmental issues. It also provides an opportunity for a South-South, North-South initiative. Our experience in Nigeria shows that the global North is more interested in issues of humanitarian assistance rather than developmental issues or helping to quell these terrorist activities for us back in West Africa. So we look at these issues, like I said, as both an opportunity for us. It's a challenge, a big challenge for us, because as a country, I know that Nigeria provides technical support to almost all the ACP states, technical assistance. Beyond the ACP states, the Global South, Brazil, Venezuela, Vietnam, and the others, technical assistance. So our engagement in this war of attrition provides a challenge for us, because a lot of funds to which we will have committed to technical assistance also goes back to fighting these wars. We have done a visibility on what it would take, of course, to recharge the Lake Chad from the Great Lakes of Congo, and we have called on international donors to support, but not much is coming from the global North, who have the funds, developmental funds. Like I said, they will rather commit their funds to humanitarian activities, helping to rehabilitate the displaced persons. So I think that a forum like this provides us the opportunity to begin to look at ourselves as the South-South, to take initiatives to address these developmental issues from a perspective of peace and security. If we do not look at it from the angle of peace and security, of course, we'll create opportunities for the global North who want to come in. Why are they interested in humanitarian activities? They want a foothold in our countries. But then, we are talking about development from the angle of development, eradicating poverty, addressing the root causes of poverty, and then helping countries in the Sahel to overcome the shortcomings that creates the opportunities for poverty. I wouldn't want to take too much time. Madam has said so much. Excellency, the Ambassador of Chad, has spoken in details to the issues, but I just want to lend my voice to say that these issues provide an opportunity for further South-South cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Your comments and points are well taken. I will now have the last speaker, the Ambassador of Mauritius. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I also wish to join other colleagues in congratulating the members of the panel for the brilliant presentation, especially on Sahel 5 and the presentation by Interpol. I listened very carefully to the presentation by Interpol. In fact, security threats such as terrorism and cyber security is fully recognized now as a major threat for sustainable development, and as well as for the world and regional peace. But initiatives, we also recognize that various initiatives have been taken in the past and currently, but all those means, the initiatives that have been taken, the means to implement those initiatives are still either deficient or still non-existent. So this is one of the things that should be properly looked into it. And whether in terms of whether human capital or resources or even the pledges that have been made, which have not materialized. This is also one aspect regarding funding. Now, also the means for the implementation of those decisions or those initiatives. You mentioned also about the role of various stakeholders. That is also very important. You can't, either the government or a single country cannot take all the initiative or take the responsibility to cater for all these issues. I think the stakeholders, the private sector you mentioned, the civil society, the government, the institution, all should be properly set up to cater for these issues. Now, in terms of intelligence sharing, which is very important. In fact, intelligence sharing is probably one of the deterrent to all these crimes. But how far are we be able to implement those or have access to these intelligence sharing? Do we have the technology? Do we have the capacity in terms of human capital? Do we have all these to address the questions of intelligence sharing? Now, on the other side, criminals are more advanced than the actions that are being taken to counteract them. Recently, just a week ago, would you imagine that drugs are being imported, exported through marriage card, invitation cards? This has been discovered. So you can see how they are more advanced. The means they are using, they are fully equipped. So how to counteract all these? So I think without capacity building, without technology transfer to our side, it will be difficult to counter this. Now, in terms of the problem, we feel that the problem does not lie only in Sahel. It's worldwide. And a holistic approach should be taken. Whether it is a SIDS country, all are vulnerable now. Especially in our region, the maritime security is a big threat. If actions are not taken properly, it affects not only the vulnerable states or Indian Ocean states, but it affects the operating for all the routes. So I think these are very important. I think collaboration and cooperation is really needed if it is really meant to bring international peace and for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think we are running out of time, and I'm conscious of that, but I will give the last opportunity to the panelists to respond to some of the points and the questions raised. I'll give maybe 1 or 2 minutes for each of them to respond, and then we can wrap up our session before lunch. Thank you. So I shall now give the floor to Ambassador Baroud to respond to some of the points raised by the speakers from the floor. Thank you, Ambassador.
Merci, ambassadeur Kony. Je crois qu'il y a eu beaucoup de contributions, mais j'aurais...
Thank you, Ambassador. What I've been able to garner is that everyone agrees that there's a challenge as well as an opportunity to move forward and boost South-South cooperation, and the ACP are called on to play an important role in that respect. Your contributions and the G77 offer an important platform for such issues to be brought to worldwide attention in order for another actor to be involved in the anti-terrorist struggle in the Sahel. Somebody said, and I'd like to thank the ambassador of Mauritius, that it's not just a matter for the Sahel, because it involves parameters which mean that, as was said, it's not just for the Sahel, it's worldwide. The problem started elsewhere, and then organized bands came to seek refuge, if you want, in this area of the Sahel, which is sparsely populated. Nigeria said that we can't do this on our own. We need the relevant expertise. Interpol said that there has to be a framework which would make it possible for each state to make its own contribution in order for us to move forward in this struggle, which is becoming unbearable, which has become unbearable for our people. It is obvious that the issue of development, which underpins the entire set of problems, must be brought to the forefront. So you see that we are dealing with a multinational struggle where each one has to put in his or her 2 cents worth, so to speak, in order to get out of this swamp, if you want. Now, Kenya is asking who funds the terrorists. I really like to have an answer, because if he has the answer, I would like him to give it to me. But everyone agrees that it may be X, Y, or Z, but there's no hard and fast proof that X, Y, or Z is financing terrorist organizations. There are drug sellers. There are people dealing in human trafficking. So it's a multifaceted issue, which means that you can pinpoint a state as saying that state is financing terrorists, but then you see that terrorists are financed by other instruments other than states, and the state may even be manipulated by other people. My friend from Mauritius hinted at this. So the most important thing, and this is what I've taken on board, is that people have to make a contribution. For example, Equatorial Guinea, which makes a contribution to the Security and Information Agency, inaugurated recently in Addis Ababa. It's all these instruments together with Interpol, which would help us extricate ourselves from this situation. This is what I can say, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank you all for your positive contribution to the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I will give the floor now to Pierre to respond to some of the points raised by the speakers.
Thank you, Ambassador. Responding briefly to the Ambassador of Kenya, I think part of the problem is technical for some countries, or they just lack the infrastructure to have access. For example, a country like Somalia had serious difficulty in just having their National Central Bureau, which is connected to Interpol, running because they just had no fuel, or only fuel for half a day. So that will impact the way they're able to search the system. The other aspect is, again, something we can explore with the ACP, is the lack of coordination among agencies. Interpol, as a police organization, works with the Ministry of Interior. In some countries, Ministry of Immigration do not work well with Ministry of Interior, and so these are things that I think if we're able to deal with, we can have the responses, for example, that we see in the European Union and using our databases, and also the United States and others. And the final point on this, Ambassador, is that all of the ACP member countries pay dues to Interpol to have access to the system, to the 18 databases, so they have a right to have access, and I think if we can help that, that would be tremendous. On the issue of preparedness, I think that's a whole issue that came again. We have a problem in the Sahel, and one of the problems that I've identified is a lack of coordination between military, law enforcement, criminal justice. Nigeria has an excellent initiative that they're doing right now with Interpol and UNODC in the Gulf of Guinea, where we're looking at ways to have AFRICOM, UNODC, Interpol working on counter-narcotics and others. And so I think that experience in sharing of information from military to law enforcement would be extremely helpful to the G5 Sahel. And I think this is one of the examples of South-to-South cooperation. The last part is on the issue of how the countries in the region really should be interconnected. Interpol is in the process right now of, we've been involved for at least 6 months, maybe longer, in a year, dealing with the European Union to have an Interpol-EU cooperation agreement, which we currently do not have. All of that stemmed from the Bataclan attack in Paris, where there were silos of information within the European Union. So certain EU countries had information others didn't have, and they were unable to stop the attacks from happening. So as a result, the European Union passed this interoperability legislation, and the interoperability legislation is designed for all EU member states to integrate their systems so that they don't have these intelligence gaps. And one of the things they want to do is connect to the Interpol system, because many of the individuals that came from Syria conducted the attack in Europe, principally France, Belgium here at the airport, and also in Italy and Berlin. All of them were in the Interpol system and were vulnerable to interception if someone had access to the system. I would like to see the same thing within the ACP countries, of being able to connect and being able to share information. Because one experience that I had, and I'll end it, I was brought in by the Malian government to assist them in the biometrics collection of 76 individuals that were captured by French forces that were in a Malian prison. We captured the biometrics of the 76. Many of them were wanted in Algeria and other places as mastermind of the Alamina gas plant attack. But what happened, which is something that needs to be addressed, is that a year after we took the biometrics from the prisons in Mali, we also helped Ivory Coast with an incident response team. The attack in the Grand Bassam, we found matches, 3 matches, between the individuals who were in prison in Mali. A year later, they were the ones that perpetrated the attack in Grand Bassam, which means that there's lack of intelligence sharing, lack of coordination, lack of communication, and I think this is something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Pierre. That's very useful information for us. I'll ask Yata for any final comments and responses to the points raised. Thank you, Yata.
Very much. Maybe just a few quick final comments for me, and first maybe to react to the intervention from CAFA there on the health-related issues. Indeed, at the heart of all the crime-related conventions is the need to ensure proper justice, security, and health for all. It's not a conversation for today, but of course, there are over 35 million people who are suffering from drug abuse use, and we see the impact on a lot of health systems when it comes to drug usage, but that is a conversation for another time. I also maybe wanted to react very quickly to the comment made by the ambassador from Kenya on illicit financial flows, because of course, you know that illicit drugs is among the top profitable crimes in the world, and it's actually rated the second. So one of the things that we also need to address, of course, is how to break the economic power of the economic power of the international, transnational criminal networks. And that really leads very well into what Pierre Saint-Hilaire was saying about the interconnections between transnational organized crimes and how we address that in terms of interconnections between the various regions. We see the ACP as having a very key role to play in that, in terms of its South-South dialogue and triangular cooperation, and UNODC stands ready to support those efforts. So I'd like to close and end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the panelists for their detailed presentation on the subject matter. I know that there is a lot of issues here that we want to learn from one another, and of course we can continue this conversation over lunch. But for now, we can quickly congregate at the stairs downstairs for a group photo before we head straight to lunch. So once again, thank you very much. And then we resume at 2 o'clock. 2:45. Oh, 2:45. 2:45. I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.